Hello, everybody. We are all. No, I am TRANTIFA. No, I am TRANTIFA. No, I am TRANTIFA. I. It might be too optimistic to hope for a I am Spartacus moment in the trans movement, if I'm being honest. Oh shit, I have to text somebody something real quick. I'm going to turn on some music. Let's have some vapor beats. Thank you, Johnny Viral. If anybody wants to donate down below, it is very much appreciated. And I hope everybody likes my Charlie Kirk cosplay today. Because comedy is apparently getting illegalized soon. So I think it is in everybody's best interest to take part in a little bad taste from time to time. Yeah, I don't know. The last couple days have fucking... like... Stream audio is a bit quiet. Okay, I'll turn myself up a little bit. All right, there we go. The last couple days have been worrying, to say the least. It is, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been this weird back and forth for me too, because I'm putting together two videos that are heavily influenced by, you know, shock of all shocks, recent events in the media, and you know, Charlie Kirk. And yeah. Sorry, I said something mean about Charlie Kirk. I'll have to cancel me now. I have gone, and it might just be my oppositional defiance. Okay. But I have gone from, like, look, a little while ago I was holding space for, you know, people's feelings. And I to a certain degree, I still am. I mentioned this. So one of the videos that I'm writing is, actually, I finished the script today. I'll be recording tomorrow. Hopefully have it out early. I'm hoping Monday, Tuesday next week. Is a video looking at the and I want to thank, by the way, everybody who is watching, who saw my plea on Twitter to send me stuff. Y'all have sent me some bangers. I requested some Lady Virgil, I think, for 6 months. Some of the bizarre AI tribute slop that's been circulating of Charlie. It's more of a fun kind of reaction style video. I don't want to, I was thinking about doing it on a stream highlight, but I wrote all the jokes, so it, like, if I do a stream reaction, I like the jokes to be off the cuff, so it's a different kind of thing. But yeah, it's this weird thing of, like, I wanted to make it so that I wasn't just insulting Charlie Kirk the whole time, because honestly, the shit that people came up with is so much more viscerally insulting to somebody's, like, name, legacy, memory than anything I could come up with. The shit people made of Charlie Kirk, like, becoming an angel, and it's bonkers. The amount of, like, And if you go look it up, I've never been so convinced of dead internet theory, by the way, as typing in Charlie Kirk AI tribute on YouTube, or probably just Charlie Kirk tribute would do it, and seeing the endless fields of AI cover, not even covers, because they're like celeb voice covers. So it'll be like, you know, Eminem, Rihanna, emotional tribute song, AI, Charlie Kirk, 2025, rest in peace. Like, and it's top to bottom AI slop. The thumbnails are AI. The lyrics, the music, all of it, top to bottom, AI. Like somebody just pressed a button and it shat it out into the world and we just have to deal with it. But then when you go into the comment section, you very quickly notice all of the comments seem very similar, almost as if it's also fucking AI. It's just a fucking nice, like, nightmare. Jean Baudrillard for Proto-Dead Internet Theory. If you haven't, I just made a whole video on like Baudrillard and the Simulacra and Adorno and Horkheimer and like shit like that. Yeah, oh buddy. Sage Mistress, I saw one where they took the moment he was shot and transitioned it into Jesus coming down and bring him into heaven. That's a very popular one. Like there's a very popular, like, taking that picture of him literally the second before he's shot and then just having him like fucking like puppeted, because that's what it is. It is puppeting the visage of this dead man, like playing with dolls. It is so, it's heinous. But I've tried to like use it as a little bit of a decompression. And man, I've come to the conclusion that I really just don't give a fuck about anybody who cares about Charlie Kirk's opinions. More out of spite than mutual respect. Maybe that's not good for me. But Jesus Christ. Kirk Tifa. Tom McDonald's Charlie Kirk. Oh, no. Yeah, Azon, we watched, not Charlie Kirk, but we watched Tom McDonald's song last time. Their weekend at Burning, this guy. It's so fucking gross. Also, I didn't realize, like, okay. Was it with the Capital One Arena? I'm trying to remember what the arena is that Charlie Kirk's like big memorial whatever is going to be held at, but it is some like corporate sponsored arena. And to add a little sprig of garnish to the shit salad that everybody's being forced to consume lately, I didn't realize Charlie's middle name was James. So that means his name is Charles James Kirk. And Trekkies amongst you will almost certainly immediately be like, ooh. That means, and mind you, he was born in 1993. There is no chance, 0% chance, that his parents didn't know that James is James T. Kirk's, Captain Kirk, his first name. Lady, stop it. Hey, I see you. Stop it. And it's so funny the way that people are treating this podcaster, shit stirrer, propagandist, named after a fucking TV character, who, like, the vice president went on his podcast or hosted his podcast, and they want to, like, have national fucking holidays and recognitions, and it's so funny that the utility of Charlie Kirk's death and the way in which people are going to leverage it and use it has already vastly outpaced the legacy of who he was as a person, the emotional impact of his death. Bonkers. Did I see the pride flags at half-mast and WeHo? I sure did. Oh, you betcha. Oh, you betcha. Patrick Clover, thank you for $5. I recommended some fantasy sci-fi books a while back. I read The Eye of the Heron by Le Guin, which discusses pacifism in the face of oppression. What did I start by? I think it was Le Guin. Let me see what that was. Left Hand of Darkness, yes. Oh, what happened to ShoeOnHead? Man, look, I've never really liked or cared for ShoeOnHead, but girl. And I've seen people in the chat already being like, who's Shoe? And I'm like, you're so blessed. I wish I had your brain. I wish I do. And give me 1 second. I actually need to go refill my water before I really get kicking. So we will be right back, and then we will keep jamming. Okay. What's going on with Shoe? So yeah, Shoe is from the time of, like, all right, in full disclosure, ShoeOnHead is from a time before I was, like, really familiar with the YouTube ecosystem. I think the height of her popularity was in that, like, post Gamergate era of, like, vaguely transgressive internet, like, contrarianism more than my last videos was really good. Thank you very much for $2, Critical Ox. I appreciate that. Internet contrarianism, where she was very much always in that space of, like, non-politically convicted edgelords, which was always this, like, it was on the fringe of, like, the kind of debate space, fringe of places where, you know, you'd see Destiny or Vosh, but then also places like Sargon and Lauren Southern. And she was popular, but in a way that was not, that was like this centrist bullshit. And I believe she married, she married Chris Reagan, right? Patrick Clover, any fantasy/sci-fi books with good political or philosophical messages, recommendations? I don't know about fantasy. All right, let me read some of the books I've been reading. I just read lately. Was it Chris Reagan? It was somewhere around there. Let me see. Armored Skeptic. Okay. You know, actually, if you want good fantasy, try and look up the first Magic the Gathering book, Brothers War. I really fucked with that. I haven't been reading a lot of fantasy and stuff. I just read Neuromancer. Neuromancer is good. I just finished The King in Yellow again. Yeah, I don't know. I've been in a weird, like, I've been batting between stuff like that and Camus and Sartre, and I just started Marcel Proust, Remembrance of Things Past. So that's kind of where I am right now. They broke up. I don't know. I think you mentioned Redwall. Yes, Redwall is quite good. Remembrance is 9 books deep. I've just started the first one. I think I will probably... I don't know how much I'm gonna... Like, I'm enjoying it, but I'm not enjoying it 9 volumes of it. Enjoying it. Like, it's... Look, the thing that when you read so many books from... like the 18 and 1900s, it becomes very apparent how many were just like, and very incredibly well written, especially when you get into like this existential space, though. So many of them revolve around the authors just looking back at their childhoods. Whether that's through a fictionalized lens, whether that is through them kind of removing themselves from the equation, like Proust and Camus, The First Man, which I read this year, and Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man by Joyce, which I read because I read the Odyssey, and I was like, okay, now that I've read some Joyce and the Odyssey, I'm going to read Joyce's version of the Odyssey. To cover lynching, we did. Last stream we covered that. In love with Total War Warhammer 3 and you're worried it's going to get you addicted to plastic crack.
Do not become addicted to the plastic crack. It will take hold of you, and you will regret its absence.
Is Finnegan's Wake the one with the tortured language? You'd have to pay me good money to read that shit. Yeah, Finnegan's Wake, I tried reading Finnegan's Wake, and I'm like, look, and here's the fucking thing. I love James Joyce. Everything I read by James Joyce, loved. Finnegan's Wake is unfucking readable. And it is, like, that is also the point of it, and, like, you kind of have to approach it with that, but I'm also not going to become a fucking Joyce scholar to read it. So, like... I don't know. One body in the lynching, really fake. Okay, so what happened was, and unfortunately, to what I've seen, unless there is new information that's come out, there has been nothing to suggest that it was a lynching. There's nothing to suggest that it was anything other than a suicide, outside of the fact that, and I will grant anybody this, really fucking weird, the idea of a black man on a Mississippi college campus hanging himself from a tree? Of all the ways to commit suicide in the Big 25, that's it? So here's the thing. Valerie, the lovely Italian, there's been conflicting reports about the limbs being broken. The medical examiner has said that there weren't. The medical examiner, the person who did the autopsy, said, I covered this on last stream, said that there were no broken bones, that there were no injuries that would be concurrent with an assault. However, I will say this, the family disagrees with that assessment for reasons that I do not think have been made public yet, and they have hired a private investigator. which leads me to believe two things. One, they have a reason to think that it is not just a suicide. And two, if anything does come out, it will be made public. So that on the first case of the possible, the hanging at the University of Mississippi campus, I believe is Mississippi, I think we should be in a holding pattern for that. The second one, the second hanging that was found in the woods, the second body that was found in the woods nearby, same town, was a homeless person who was, and granted, I don't want to take away from the tragedy of this, but it is important because I have seen so many people try and contextualize this as like there were 2 lynchings in the same town. You don't have proof of that. Because the second person was A, a white guy, B, had a history of drug abuse, whose family has come out and said that he was incredibly troubled, who was homeless. Like, if there is one of them that is almost certainly an actual suicide, it's probably that guy. That being said, I am keeping tabs on both of those stories. Why would he hang himself in such a particular way, though? That's the thing that I cannot let go. That's the thing that I look at the entire story and I'm like, yeah, that's again, the idea of a young black man on the University of Mississippi campus being like, yeah, I'm going to kill myself, but not use pills, not use anything else, not use a gun, not use, like any other method outside of publicly hanging myself is wild. I don't know. At a university, Carnal, not just a university with a history. A fucking history. Young black economist, that's probably how I would do it so I can get white leftists to pretend to care for once. I think it might have been Delta. I do not remember reading it was Ole Miss. I mean, like, fucking throw a stone in the South. There were lynchings around there decades ago. But yeah, we have been, we've covered that. I am keeping an eye on it. I do not want to, because here's the thing that I think is dangerous about jumping to conclusions about that, is that in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, a shit ton of historically black colleges got bomb threats. Because lo and behold, as much as people want to act like, ooh, no, like we are just so above making threats and shit, as soon as racists had one of theirs down, they were like, oh yeah, no, we're going to take this as carte blanche to go just threaten completely unrelated groups. And that understandably has a lot of people very jumpy. Charlie Kirk, people are still talking about yesterday's news. Oh boy. So yeah, I don't know. God, it sucks so much. It still feels oddly surreal. A suburban campus in fucking New Hampshire that my GF goes to literally had a bomb threat called in. Yeah. I've been working on an idea for like doing an undercover thing. I still don't know what form it will take, but doing an undercover thing and filming it on a campus, but there is a very legitimate chance. So we also, the thing I wasn't able to talk about or put in the headline, Sex Pestiny, Epstein, is out here trying. So doesn't matter if they're on the left, right, center, whatever. The people who manage to find a way to make anything about themselves have, unsurprisingly, managed to do the same thing with the death of Charles Entertainment Kirk. ShoeOnHead is one of them that we're going to talk about today. The other fucking one is Epstein, Sex Pestiny. Where are the actual people, the physical forms of Tyler Robinson Lance in the wake of the fake texts? I mean, Tyler is in custody. I imagine in Utah. The partner, I do not know. And if I were her, I would hope that she has legal counsel and has sought safety, and is somewhere where nobody's going to find her, is off-grid. Because the amount of hate and vitriol. I recorded a podcast with Rosa. We recorded another episode of What the Fuck Now yesterday, which is the first one we had done since the Charlie Kirk assassination. And it was nice because I've been listening to for the last week. There's been, any podcast I listen to has had all their hot takes. They've been able to kind of talk about it as these facts are coming out, as these things are happening. Hey, Juno. And as a result, we've kind of been able to, deal with the facts that we have actually on hand without speculating. But I think the thing that both Rose and I agreed on, the roommate is trans, almost certainly. There's no evidence that she was detransitioning. There is more evidence that she was transitioning. It's hard to find much more than that. I hope that's by design. I really hope that, and again, if anybody watching this, on the off chance anybody watching this knows Luna, I believe is her chosen name, or anybody associated with the gun rights group in Utah, if they want to talk on the record or even anonymously about all the shit they are undoubtedly going through right now, my email is open, my DMs are open. Tell them to get in contact with me, because they will get a actually unbiased source that I can guarantee is something they will not get at the mainstream news right now. We also have to talk about fucking Jimmy Kimmel. It's been this constant flashbang. So if you go back and watch, the video I did in LA at the ICE protests. There's a point where I got flashbanged, and you can see it on camera. It happens 4 or 5 feet away. And it fucks me up. It disorients me. That flashbang to the face, basically, was less disorienting than the constant roller coaster up and down bullshit of the last couple days, where we are at once, I am being forced to somehow care about Jimmy Kimmel, and at the same time, Destiny again amidst all this. It's very annoying. Oh, thank you, Orlo the Villain. Oh, whoa. Disney fucked up. The Disney Plus site crashed because of all the people unsubbing. Saw John Idarola report that the exec panicked and had a meeting with Jimmy. Yeah. It's just like, it is so Destiny, sex Destiny. Destiny is the omni-liberal, a lib streamer who I had a moment where I was, because, before all this Charlie Kirk stuff happened, my next deep dive was going to be on Destiny. Like, it was in the wake of him, having porn of a minor, probably. And, pick a fucking sex scandal he's been involved in. And then when the Charlie Kirk thing happened and it became very clear that there is going to be this concentrated effort against anybody to the left of the right, I was like, you know what? Okay, maybe I put this on the back burner. And then Destiny had to try and go make it all fucking about himself. And he decided for some fucking reason that he was going to try and take on amid, like, so many controversies. He decided it would be a good idea for him to go to, like, college campuses and try and do the debate lord thing from the left to, like, prove I don't know what he thought he was going to fucking try and accomplish. And, man, it didn't go good, as you might expect from a public figure recently going through both pedophile allegations, and in the last year it's also been revealed that his son is a groiper because he's never there to actually raise his kids because he's off trying to fuck 17-year-olds. And it's like, dude, sit down and shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that, like, I don't know what connections he still has that Destiny is getting on, like, Piers Morgan and CNN and being, like, an argumentative force for the left. Like, why is that fucking loser allowed on anywhere? Because he does nothing but make everybody else look bad. Like, that's it. Any utility he may have once had as a debater or a speaker has been completely undone by his personal antics and how petty and short-sighted and vindictive and selfish he is. And, like, I need him to stop. Jesus Christ. Legitimate question, what's a groiper? Nick Fuentes fans, neo-Nazis, online LARPers. Gladio operative to discredit the left. Like, fucking maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Yeah, and so the Jimmy Kimmel thing, there's... The Jimmy Kimmel thing is dangerous and also very annoying because we've been looking at, for the last, over a week now, this massive crackdown on free speech, which has really just been the administration and the conservative, like the ideological allies, coming together to depict anything that they don't like as, hate speech. They are using it as pretext to shut down any ideological opposition or any public opposition. And that has now, mind you, with barely a fucking word, like barely word one from Capitol Hill fucking Democrats. Nothing. And then today, Chuck Schumer finally breaks his fucking silence to talk about saying, he brought out the F word, notably. Jimmy Kimmel's firing is a fucking disgrace, or whatever the fuck he said. And it's just like, wow, dude, thanks for really hitting them where it hurts. As so many Dems also voted to approve Charlie Kirk Day on October 14th. Yeah, the Jimmy Kimmel shit, it is less about who Jimmy Kimmel is personally, because I don't care. I don't think he's, like, I've never thought he was funny or entertaining. I've never watched his show, really. It's brunch lib comedy. It's fucking SNL. It's all the same shit. But the fact that it is now we are watching the Overton window be dismantled and reconstructed so far to the right in real time, that someone as tepid as Jimmy Kimmel, who said what Jimmy Kimmel said, by the way, was like nothing. Like, his actual statement was not denigrating. It was entirely accurate, and MAGA just didn't like it. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Oh, somebody said, or somebody asked, where'd I get this jacket? I thrifted this. I've had this for 2 or 3 years now, and this is one of my favorite jackets. It's perfectly, like, alternate, lightweight, but, like, really nice. It can be nice and warm. I love this jacket so much. I got it for $16. And when it's one of my favorite, like, thrifting stories to tell, because when I bought it, I was waiting for my first checks to come in from actually doing YouTube, but I'd wanted a, like, good wearable fur coat for so long that I was like, you know what? I have like $40 to my name. I need to get this. And I'm glad I did. Yeah, if I'm wearing something, odds are it's thrifted. This choker, thrifted. This dress, thrifted. And I'm not even on that, like, bougie fucking, like, oh, we go to, you know, a thrift store, but all the thrift stores we go to are named, like, Antiquities or Legacy, and, you know, they have, like, craft beer and IPAs that you can buy while you browse. Like, no, I'm talking, like, fucking Value Village. It's real fur. I don't know. I think it is. It needs to be. I need to wash it. It's getting a little bit ratty, but it's not like patchy or anything. No, I love this. This fur jacket is my favorite. RDY 2810 just got here. You look great. Thank you. I want a Game Boy or Game Gear. Get one of those emulation devices. Get a Game Boy and a Game Gear wrapped into one. You'll get like 700 fucking Game Boy games you've never played. Do I shop at Goodwill? Yeah, buddy. Well, okay, I used to, but the one that was nearest to me moved away, and I don't have a car, so, like, I'm kind of limited in my options. All right, so let me see if they actually have the blah blah blah. Burbank. Oh my God. Okay. So, for people who don't know, the reason why this was canceled is because of pressure coming down from the FCC, which has a loyalist Trump chair heading it right now. It was heavily inferred that, oh my gosh, I need new headphones. This one's finally falling apart. I've had it for like 5 years, but holy shit. Do.
ABC pulling Jimmy Kimmel show off the air after comments he made about Charlie Kirk's, or the reaction, in what he said was the reaction in MAGA world to, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing. Just want to play a fuller version of what he said in his monologue on Monday night.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk.
So was what they were mad about, because what he said is not incorrect. It leads the viewer to assume that he was MAGA, which is also not actually accurate, the shooter. The shooter was a completely incoherent mix of ideologies like we've seen from any other number of outbursts of violence perpetrated by young, incredibly online people. That's not that surprising at this point. Not MAGA, but definitely had MAGA in the upbringing. We know that for sure. But what he is saying is actually getting at the idea that they were trying to divert any attention away from the potential of it being MAGA, which is accurate. From the second Kirk's body hit the floor, people like Matt Walsh, people like Nancy Mace were going on camera saying, oh, it's trannies. Tranny, tranny, tranny. Tranny, tranny, tranny. Tranny, tranny, tranny. So, like, he's not wrong. And I think that, honestly, what's more annoying to conservatives is showing shit like this, which just illuminates in such perfect definition how little Trump gave a fuck about one of his most loyal adherents and proselytizers.
May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend.
Again, here's how FCC Chair Brendan Carr responded today.
You know, when you look at the...
God, I hate that I have to look at Benny Johnson's dumb, stupid, fucking closeted pinhead as if he's ever had anything worthwhile to say. So FCC, Brendan Carr, the FCC chair, has then put pressure on ABC, which led them to ABC and Disney, which led them to canceling Jimmy Kimmel's show. So while the order, there's nothing to say explicitly, the order came down from the president that you got to get him off the air. The Trump administration is leveraging its power over things like corporate mergers in which billions of dollars are at stake for shareholders, for CEOs, all that shit, to say that, well, you gotta get rid of this guy. You have to do something about this. And the result is censorship. It is censoring of free speech. It is people like the idea that there somehow needs to be a fairness doctrine now for fucking Charlie Kirk of all things is insane. It's late night TV. I don't give a fuck what he says. I don't care if Jimmy Kimmel is telling people to not get the vaccine and that the sky is actually green. Doesn't fucking matter. Like, if you believe in free speech, you believe in fucking free speech. These people, as it has become more and more abundantly clear, and honestly, I think the tea leaves for this were when Matt Walsh at the beginning of the year said, when, you know, that people like him were just playing dumb about Project 2025 the whole time. Which he said as a joke, but it's serious for him. Like, these people have been playing fucking dumb about every time people have been like, well, 2025, and hand-wringing about that shit. We'll get to that in a second, because the Heritage Foundation, who helped run Project 2025, is now doing an oversight committee, just introduced new guidelines to help designate trans terrorism and what that entails. And we'll be going over that, because that is on the right on the nipping at the heels of President Trump designating Antifa a terrorist group. There was a moment today on Air Force One where a reporter from NPR had an exchange with the president. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Trump roasts NPR reporter. What the fuck are you, if you're writing headlines like this, what are you doing? Okay, here we go. The reporter asked about Trump's declaration that Antifa was a, quote, major terrorist organization. Regarding Antifa, what you posted, the reporter began as Trump interrupted to ask, who are you with? NPR, sir, the reporter answered. Trump allowed that to register before quizzically asking, NPR, are they still here? We are, the reporter replied. Oh, good. Congratulations, NPR reporter. Regarding designating them a terrorist organization when they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you target them? Trump says, who is it? NPR reporter, Antifa. Jesus Christ. Trump, we're going to find out, right? We're going to see. People have been talking about it for a long time. We're going to see. Did they have anything to do with your network, Antifa? NPR. National Public Radio. Hey, what the fuck? What are you doing, lady? Stop it. All right, lady wants to get at something. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, he asks the NPR reporter if Antifa has anything to do with NPR. Okay, but we're going to find out. So what we are seeing here is, again, this kind of threatening nature of Trump being wielded just willy-nilly, just not a care in the fucking world. He doesn't really give a shit. And when you look at, like, you begin to understand why he's so indelicate and uncareful when you look at the response of Democrats on Capitol Hill, which has been for the last week, as people like Trump and Elon Musk, as so many commentators and talking heads on the right wing have continued to boost like threads and doxing campaigns featuring tens of thousands of people and their information, trying to get people fired for just even saying the most milquetoast shit, even repeating what Charlie Kirk has said. And people have been just fucking radio silent. You begin to understand why so many conservatives seem like they're really taking an inch and then taking a mile, because there's nothing fucking stopping them right now. What? No, there's your ball. It's over there. I need to go charge my phone real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry. Gonna go be really sad when they go after my favorite communist news outlet, The Onion. I mean, like, I was listening to Knowledge Fight, and people like fucking Alex Jones are literally going on air now and yelling that the DOJ needs to track these people down and kill them, kill them, kill them. And that's verbatim. It's not a again, the smug liberalism coming out right now in the wake of Antifa being designated a terror group, and the amount of people I've seen being like, well, good luck with that. Don't you know there's no, like, membership or anybody can be Antifa, or there's no, like, centralized leadership or funding or anything? It's like, yeah, that's the point of them designating this completely undefinable, nebulous group as terrorism. It's the same thing that they're laying the groundwork with at the Heritage Foundation right now for trans people, so that they can just say anything that they don't like is terrorism. That this is the pretext that is being established here with Charlie Kirk. This is really what they are using all of this shit for. That if you say something that they don't like about Daddy's favorite podcaster, you can be labeled a terrorist. Blade Volant 546, thank you for $5. History nerds always wondered how fascism in Germany and Italy rose and succeeded. Guess we know firsthand. It's frustrating. I fear everyone's safety. If you haven't watched, and granted, I was just whinging about, like, neolibs and shit, but if you've never watched Cabaret, now it's probably a good time. If you are still thinking about, like, oh, it's so, I feel like I'm going insane just watching all this shit happen in real time, that's what Cabaret is about. Cabaret is about Weimar Germany's feckless liberals who are just going about and consumed with their tiny little personal struggles as the world around them is falling into fascism in flames. As more and more groups that they aren't a part of but are adjacent to and, like, kind of know are targeted, and they just kind of do nothing about it. When you see people out in the street right now, in Chicago, for example, Kat Abou-Ghazala. I did a interview with Kat Abou-Ghazala a couple months back for the podcast. It's on the site, or it's on the channel if you haven't seen it. Kat got thrown to the ground today. She's a congressional candidate. She got thrown to the ground today, body slammed by ICE agents for protesting. And you have fascist fucking ghouls like that goddamn I don't even know what to call her. The fucking plastic surgeon crypt keeper Laura Loomer, who are out here saying shit like, I love seeing commies like this getting body slammed all day. That's somebody who's had, might not have now, but has had close proximity to the president, who still has ties to the administration. That is one fucking step removed from praising open violence against sitting politicians. At the beginning of the year, I talked about how we are probably going to see at least one sitting member of Congress or the Senate deported for being un-American. If you haven't been paying attention, to the shit Ilhan Omar's been going through right now, Ilhan Omar, by the way, has been nothing but steadfast in telling the truth about Charlie Kirk and his legacy as a racist and a propagandist, there is probably not a braver person on Capitol Hill I can think of right now than Ilhan Omar. I don't know where Rashida Tlaib are. AOC is off doing her own fucking thing. Ilhan Omar is a real one. Nancy Mace failed Wednesday in her attempt to censure Representative Ilhan Omar over comments about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Corey Mills provided the decisive vote shortly after Axios reported that Democrats plan to pull a retaliatory censure resolution against him if the Omar measure failed. The vote was 214 in favor of a Democratic motion to kill Mace's resolution and 213 against, and Mills voted with Democrats at the very last moment before the vote closed. A senior House Democrat who is privy told Axios they specifically hoped and expected to entice Mills to vote against the censure. Kassar declined to say whether he informed Mills in advance that he planned to withdraw his censure measure if the Omar vote failed. And they are now trying to launch additional investigations into her. They're now trying to... Nancy Mace, this heinous cunt, which by the way, is an insult as an American, I hold in vicious regard. And there has never been a wretch more accurate for the term. Is now, like, it wasn't enough that she needs to go in front of cameras and say that, let me see if I can find... Let's see if actually, yeah, and Mace to file a resolution to strip Omar of committee assignments. Solar Lander, thank you for 23 months in a row. Goodness gracious. GGGG. Nancy Mace is my rep. I tell her that people make fun of me for being in her district and call her a nasty bean-eating bitch. Got kicked out of one of her events for yelling "fuck ICE." Was fun. Yeah, she is one of the most evil, vile people. And like, look, it's a fucking contentious category right now. Here was, yeah, let me see if I have the clip on here. I think, yeah. So this is the thing that Nancy Mace, and everybody knows that her main predilection has been for a long time an obsession with trans people and just targeting them with no regard for like the safety of other people, because she literally seems to see us as less than human. Like, she is the stochastic terror of Matt Walsh and Haya Reichik taken to the nth degree. It's actually really funny that Matt Walsh fucking hates her because she's a woman. Like, his hate for women and disdain for women in any position of power outranks his hatred of trans people. And that's, you know what? That's such a Matt Walsh thing. I love that for him, darling.
A transgender, was a tranny. Come on, let's be honest about this.
That's disrespectful.
I really don't care because
sorry, that was loud.
the transgender was a tranny. Come on, let's be honest about this.
That's disrespectful.
I really don't care because there are a lot of trannies out there that want me dead because I'm a rape victim who wants privacy.
The way that she, by the way, the way that she weaponizes her history as a rape victim is so grotesque that it truly does bring shame to anybody who's been sexually assaulted. That she uses it as a cudgel against a minority group, which, by the way, here's the thing, had nothing to do with her sexual assault. She wasn't assaulted by a trans person at all. It is a complete non sequitur. She is just claiming victimhood status for a completely unrelated issue to victimize a minority group.
The bathroom, the trannies can F off. I don't care. They want to kill me, and they're not going to.
How would you like it if someone called you out of your name? If they called you a B word or any of that, how would you feel?
These people are calling me a cunt and all these awful names online. Are you
Guilty as charged, darling. Guilty as charged.
kidding me? Come on. They are the most egregious, most vile, violent people on earth. They are mentally ill and should be in a straitjacket with a hard steel lock on it.
So she took a break from that to I guess her anti-trans crusade stalled for a second, so she had to go after Ilhan Omar, and now she's trying to get Ilhan Omar accused of terrorism by claiming she has helped the Brotherhood of ISIS, or the Muslim Brotherhood, or the Caliphate, or whatever the fuck is going on in her goddamn empty Ross clearance head. Yeah, what a just a truly vile person who is more and more, I feel, representative of the right-wing culture in America. Like here's the problem with people like Nancy Mace. Is that, and I talk about this a little bit in the other video that I've been doing on the kind of influencer culture that's developed from MAGA in the last couple years. Because who Nancy Mace is really started with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. These incendiary, complaining white women who, when you really look at it, they weren't even the original mold. The original mold for their behavior was Trump. This catty, prissy, egotistical, like completely distracted by useless minutia, petty, mean girl. That's Trump, who inspired them to be their most true Karen selves. It's beautiful in a kind of demented way, I guess. But now they have come to represent so much of how the right wing, how the conservative MAGA movement approaches political discourse, which is to yell and scream and stomp your feet until you get what you want. And the behavior by Nancy Mace has been so fucking unconscionable for a sitting representative to have taken part in repeatedly. Where is her censure vote? Who's trying to strip her of her appointments? Who's trying to get her the fuck out of there? Because she is clearly not qualified for any job in any kind of democratic government. She is clearly driven by personal, petty, vindictive grievance over actually wanting to advocate for anybody in her constituency. And this is a really great example, again. You kind of see echoes of the way Chuck Schumer has been treating the Jimmy Kimmel shit, where you see the liberals abdicating their responsibility to take action when it's right in front of their face. That there is nobody who is trying to meet these people on the ground that they are walking. There is nobody on the front lines, outside of, I would say, Ilhan Omar right now, that is willing to go 10 toes down, toe to toe with absolute bitches like Nancy Mace. Selena Mary, thank you for $1.99. New to the channel, love your content. I appreciate that. Thank you. So before we get to the ShoeOnHead thing, I want to talk about, along with the, because we can't talk about the recontextualization of Antifa as a terrorist organization without talking about the very obviously concentrated effort to lump trans people into that. Can we come back as a nation? Not in the current state. Like, because here's the thing. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that we do get some degree of power. That there is a somehow, some fucking how, there is a fair election in the next election, which is like funny to even think of those words, right? But let's just say, for the sake of argument, okay? What do you think the libs are going to do when they get in power? Do you think they're going to do what Biden should have done? No, not this namby-pamby fucking reach across the aisle bullshit, but jail the seditious motherfuckers. I can't say anything else. I can't. Because, like, now as a trans leftist streamer, oh, that's the other thing we need to talk about. Is there now Discord, Twitch, and Reddit and Steam CEOs to testify at radicalization of online forum users hearing? Like, not Rumble, not Gab, not 4chan, not Kiwi Farms, not any of the places that any fucking number of white supremacists and or mass shooters have been documented to have either been radicalized or posted their manifestos or what the fuck ever on. No, we had one shooter who had some furry porn games on his Steam account, and I guess Hassan streams on Twitch, so get that guy in here too. Yes. Without massive reprisals. U.S. Congress has sent a, this is just from today. U.S. Congress sent a formal letter to the CEOs of Twitch, Steam, Reddit, and Discord inviting them to testify at a committee hearing about the radicalization of online forum users following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The letters were sent by House Oversight and Government Reform Committee Chair James Gomer on September 17th, 2025, were addressed to Discord, all the CEOs. Quote, the politically motivated assassination of Charlie Kirk claimed the life of a husband, father, and American patriot, Comer said in the press release announcing the invitations. In the wake of this tragedy, and amid... all right, so another video I've been kind of working on is... I think I've talked about the title before, but Hideo Kojima's mommy issues. And as a result, I've been playing a lot of Hideo Kojima games, mostly to get footage. And so I just had... I almost slipped into, like, Colonel Campbell voice there for a fucking second. The politically motivated assassination of Charlie Kirk claimed the life of a husband, father, and American patriot. In the wake of this tragedy, and amid other acts of politically motivated violence, Congress has a duty to oversee the online platforms that radicals have used to advance political violence. I need scissors, 61. Good job, good job. The committee hearing takes place on October 8th, and according to the letters, which each have the same contents aside from the name and business addresses, will examine radicalization of online forum users, including incidents of open incitement to commit violent, politically motivated acts. It's fucking wild to me that we're gonna see Hassan up on the up in Congress, like, y'all. Sorry, big dog. I'll carry the torch for you when you're taken off to the gulags. That's fucking crazy, man. Obadiah Bumbly, thank you for $10. Ain't no way they now going after me my furry corn games. Oh, there's such a way. There's such a fucking way. There was recently, I think it was, I don't know what fucking, ass crack conservative news network it was, but Ben Shabibi was talking about what the fuck did he say? But he was trying to sound knowledgeable about furry fandom shit, and accused the shooter and the girlfriend of being furries, but said that there's no other way to describe it. They were into furriness or some shit, and it's just like, dog, like, hire one fucking millennial. Oh no, federal agent. Unironically, I would love to see Hassan called to testify. That would be fucking crazy. And honestly, making a target out of somebody with such a massive fucking platform really only, I think, cements the idea of him as the more radical way forward. Certainly over the fucking MSNBC brunch libs. Perfect content. Yeah. Like, honestly, great fucking content. Great fucking content. Hassan calling the committee chat and telling them to lock in. Oh my god. The idea of Hassan fucking telling, like, Jeffries and Schumer to lock in is so fucking funny to me. In the wake, blah blah blah. The committee hearing takes place on October 8th. The invites are not subpoenas, and therefore it's not legally mandatory. However, should they refuse, they risk being subpoenaed at a later date. Great. Rad country we got. I love this. This, again, shows just how much of this is driven by, like, bizarre conservative hyperfixation rather than, like, fact or evidence. The inclusion of Reddit struck me as weird because so I was unaware. I don't use Reddit very often. In fact, almost never. I was unaware of Reddit's, like, notoriety as this liberal bastion echo chamber of, like, MSNBC brunch lib thought. I did not know this. It came to my attention last year when I was putting together the Synthetic Man video, because repeatedly he called out Reddit as, like, the place where, like, dumb libs would hang out. And I was like, is that the fucking thing? Is Reddit a thing? Like, I guess, sure. Very funny mentioned here, Reddit told Reuters it hadn't yet found evidence that the suspect arrested in connection with Charlie Kirk's murder, Tyler Robinson, had been active on its platform, and added that it had, quote, strong policies against hateful content and content that incites, encourages, glorifies, or calls for violence. However, Discord told Reuters that it welcomes the opportunity to testify, saying, quote, we continuously engage with policymakers on these critical issues and look forward to continuing this important dialogue next month. I hope that means Discord is bringing their fucking A game. Jester Gasly, thank you for 3 months. Mullen Miller, thank you for $20. Thank you so much. Please try to stay safe. I'm so worried for all the trans people and other minorities in the country right now. I'm just a white guy and I'm scared of the government, so I can't imagine how much more scared trans people feel. I'm going to, yeah, like everybody hears Miss right now. She went, meow. Do you want to come on the mic? Chairman Meow. Yeah. Fucking Chairman Meow over here. Seeing Gabe Newell in Congress is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Yeah, no, Bruce Magson, I've been getting more far-right YouTube recommendations lately. So in looking up, my YouTube algo is fucking cooked, which should be no surprise. It's been that way for a while. But in looking up Charlie Kirk AI garbage to, look at, react to for y'all's amusement, one of my recommendations today, and I shit you not, one of the recommended videos that popped up after I watched and I even finished them, but maybe 3 or 4 AI Charlie Kirk song tributes. One of the videos that popped up in my for you was a Hitler speech. I shit you not. So fucking rad. It's just I hate it. I hate it here. Yeah, it's been... I love how insane everybody's becoming. So if you haven't yet, by the way, no. Okay. If you haven't yet, by the way, please give some at the Ko-Fi link down below. But also, please go check out the most recent video I did on Jesse Waters. It's doing all right in the algorithm. I'd like it to be doing more all righter, if I'm being honest. Mostly because I am afraid that the knobs are going to be turned back on left-leaning algorithms if they are not already. It's I'm gonna be so for real. If you like a leftist content creator, not just me, but if you like a leftist content creator, you need to be supporting their work. And I understand that it is really hard to look at all this shit. This is what I do. I get it. Keeping up with this shit has been so exhausting. So exhausting. I get it. I do. That being said, people like me, even just in this space, I'm including people like, Fundy Fridays, like friends of mine, Fundy Fridays, Jesse Gender, Kaylin and Hoots, Respect the Dead, all that shit. I would throw Savvy and Queen Coke Francis. If I've done a collab with anybody, if you've seen me take pictures with anybody, friends of the show, go support them right now. Watch their stuff, even if it is just having it on in the background, even if it is just a like and a comment. The algorithm will be working against people like us. It already kind of is. The amount of times I've been told that, hey, just so you know, leftist content is getting turned down. Hey, just so you know, don't say this word because it can get you fucking demonetized. Hey, just so you know, you have to go into this specific setting to find out that how many of your videos aren't, it says that they're ad approved, but they might be age restricted in a weird way so that it doesn't show you, so that you have to check it. So we need your help, really. And I say that not just for me, selfishly for me. Everybody in this kind of movement and space needs it. Selena Mary, thank you very much for $1.99. We need a new platform. Well, if you're talking politically, the left needs a united platform. There is no unified left right now. And that's a big problem. Because what is the Democrat Party doing for anybody right now? every leftist candidate, and there are multiple. There is Zohran Mamdani is one of the most dangerous people in America right now to conservatism and the Trump movement, but also to the Democratic establishment. Because this broad support, this speaking out against the standards and norms that have been established and practiced over decades of and I mean by fucking Democrats. I mean shit of gerrymandering and dividing up and making promises to black communities that Democrats in power know goddamn well they won't keep. And it's not just black communities, but people of color. And simply using the fact that, well, we're not wildly flagrant racists, as like presenting themselves as the better of two evils that way. And you have people like Zohran Mamdani, Kat Abegzala. There was another person running for representative that I just saw. And you will see, here's the thing to remember, you will see more and more of these people come out of the civilian woodwork. Not from Ivy League educations or backgrounds, but people who are just fucking sick of seeing this shit. And it will be people like Zohran, it will be people like AOC, it will be people like Kat Abegzala that encourage them and give them hope. That the working class of America, that the people who understand and know firsthand the struggles of the working class, who have actual ways to propose solutions, who are not bought and paid for, can hopefully bring some modicum of change. And over the next couple of years, every single one of them, and you've already seen it with anybody talking about Zohran, how he's a communist, how he's a socialist, how he's a fucking, Iranian operative or a terrorist, a Muslim, whatever. But, and here's the important thing to remember. People are tired. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter if you're conservative or liberal. The mainstream, that weird little mainstream centrism of American politics, the pendulum that swings, the people that voted for Obama but also voted for Trump, but also voted for Biden, but also voted for Trump, they do it because they want something different. They are tired of the bullshit. A lot of them were tired of left-leaning cancel culture. They were tired of MSNBC brunch lib white guilt bullshit. And the reality is, all of those same people, the pendulum is swinging back hard right now because they're seeing what Trump is doing. They are seeing what the Trump administration is doing and taking advantage of the death of Charlie Kirk. And they're like, yo, what the fuck? People are going to get so much more tired before this is done. And the other thing I think people will get tired of is hearing how many of their political opponents are commies. They're socialists. They're Muslim. Because that will inevitably be drowned out by the fact that those are the people bringing genuine solutions. Those are the people proposing actual legislation. Those are the people actually trying to fix what's wrong, not just running, like we've seen Nancy Mace, on petty grievances, personal grudges, bizarre little hyperfixations. Not just being like, well, we've always been Israel's ally. And so now you have to spend the next 3 years looking at toddlers being blown a fucking part on TikTok. People are fucking tired. And it is in for I think a lot of people, because of that, will fall to this kind of malaise. They will stop caring, stop engaging so much. I think it's something that you see. I think it is honestly the reason why there is this kind of knock-on effect with the younger generation, where so many of them, especially these young shooters, these people who are prone to violence, feel no responsibility for a future. They feel no hope or potential for a future. And they don't fall upon ideological lines of purely left or purely right. That's why you have black incel shooters. That's why you have female incel shooters. That's why you have D-trans shooters. That's why you have bizarre shooters from MAGA upbringings in the middle class who have trans girlfriends. The world doesn't fucking make sense to them, and they're tired of it, and they lash out in any way that's nearest by. And I think this is why, in this moment, it is so important to keep in mind the MAGA movement, the concentrated effort of authoritarian overreach and fascism. The people who run it may be your enemy. But there are so many people who are a part of it who are not. And that is something I think a lot of fucking libs, with their petty grievances, with their petty understanding, this bullshit you see of like, well, if Kamala was elected, we'd be at brunch by now. Because they don't see the bigger picture, that this is not just a good guy, bad guy dichotomy. It's the thing that pisses me off about the libs who are like, well, you know, we tried to tell you to vote for Kamala, but you kept talking about Gaza. And it's like, yeah, because guess what? If Kamala was elected, do you think any of this shit would have gone away? No. It would have just kept gestating. The conspiracies would have just kept piling up until the next time it rolled around and fucking, you know, whoever was run as the conservative candidate. It is important to remember that at the end of the day, most people want the same fucking things. They want life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. None of those are things that are readily available right now. We live in a country that prizes death. Like we are so obsessed with death that you have people, and the temerity of people like J.D. Vance to go out and be like, yeah, no, I wouldn't go on fishing boats in that part of the world, on stage making jokes about killing civilians, and then be like, yeah, I can't believe how fucking, oh, these violent trans people, they're so just evil and violent. That's fucking, oof. It's like, no, we're a country where this shit has been normalized. And the really, the scariest part, the wearying part about so much of it, I think, is that it is going to get worse before it gets better. And you have a responsibility, a civic responsibility, to not tune out the humanity of people you might otherwise be inclined to. It is why I get so fucking mad. I get incensed when I see fucking liberals talking about, well, those fucking kids in Texas that died from the flooding. Whoopsie-doo. I guess that's what you get for living in Texas. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Because there are going to be so many more people. We talked about it last stream. We've talked about it previous streams. The amount of people who are going to be deprived of medical care because of funding cuts across the country in rural communities. The amount of people who will die from that shit. In ways that we cannot possibly foresee. That cuts across. As much as, I want you to think about this for a second. Every cut to medical funding, every cut to the educational system, every cut to medical facilities, psychiatric care, nearly every bill that's passed, every single one, has at least a little bit of both parties responsible. There are at least some Democrats and some Republicans responsible for the shit. And that's putting it fucking mildly, by the way, that we're all going through. It's a lot of them that are responsible for this shit. And you should internalize that You should think about that. Because that means that it's not just going to be Democrats affected by them. It's not just going to be conservatives or Republicans affected by them. It's not just going to be, it never is, just one group affected by these things. The idea of community, which is something I've talked about so many fucking times as being important, as something that you need to seek out, help create, help foster for yourself, is not just the community that you fucking like. That's the truth. If you want to form a true coalition to work towards an egalitarian and equal society, it was something that Hassan said the other day on, I don't watch this on stream, it was on Twitter, where he was saying, like, he retweeted this saying, like, if I was put in charge, you would be able to have medical care, you'd be able to have education, you'd be able to have this for your kids, you'd be able to have this for your housing. Talking to conservatives. And that's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. It's like, ooh, these people that say they want me dead, these people that threaten me, they also deserve a chance. Because how many of those opinions have been passed off, pawned off on them by demagogues, just like that happens on the left, by the way. It happens with liberals. Demagogues who want to say what will rile up their base to get their fucking vote, to stay in power. Lemon, thank you very much for $2. I love people, I just don't like them that much. Oh, God, I know that fucking feeling. Sazoon, thank you for following. Fitzpatrick's, thank you for $15. Thank you for all the hard work you do. I try. Depressed Tsunami, thank you for Prime. And Mackenzie L, thank you for $5. When I was at a Chinese restaurant today, I saw some MAGA-looking people making fun of how whiny Trump is about everything. Kirk also got mocked. Oh, Moth, thank you for $5. I didn't unsub from your channel. It appears YouTube did it without my knowledge. It's interesting you say that, because I kind of... I've heard multiple people lately being like, I thought I was subbed, but I apparently wasn't. And I had a big ol' like exodus last week. Like I had like 200 people unsub from me because of the Charlie Kirk video. So I wonder if there was like a bot purge or something. No, yeah, like the video of Bernie recently in a deep MAGA place turning people is insane. Dude is just so good at it. It's because he, like, Bernie is somebody who speaks the language of the people. Like say what you will, and I fucking have. Like, I think on the last stream I said, like, stating that Israel was responsible for a genocide, too little too fucking late. Like, honestly. But Bernie is somebody who has an innate understanding of the struggles of working class people, what people actually go through in small towns. These small, dying Rust Belt towns all across America, the flyover country. Like, that's where working class people like him came up. That's where they cut their fucking teeth. And he hasn't erred or shied away from that. I think we are going to get more and more people in his mold in the next couple years. And I would hope that you would all kind of listen to and internalize the shit I've said, that there's gonna be rough times ahead for sure. But the tribalism that is driving us apart right now will not last. It can't. These people are already at each other's fucking throats all the time. Go look at how, like, Matt Walsh and fucking was it James Lindsay have been sparring back and forth, saying like, well, you're a fake conservative. No, you're a fake conservative. No, you're a fake conservative. Like, they will not last. They can't. They are all so fucking petty, short-sighted, selfish. which means that to meet them, we cannot be those things. And this isn't a go low, we go high. Because how do I say this without sounding like how do I say this without getting fucking called to Congress? I think this year has made it abundantly clear, from the protests in LA to now seeing congressmen, potential congresswomen being body slammed by ICE agents, to the assassination of 2 Democrat politicians, to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, that violence, however divergent from any actual ideology, is here to stay. And that is a knock-on effect of a culture in crisis. Like, that is what happens. And it's been happening for a while. Like, that is how radical movements gestated online. That is how people like Dylan Roof and the Christchurch shooter and all these other fucking losers were radicalized. Their echo chambers have just continued to expand and expand until they've overlapped, where now far-right ideology, you have people like Nick Fuentes going on massive shows like Russell Brand. The movements have compacted upon each other, where there is such little delineation, and this is really only for conservatism. There's such little delineation between what's too extreme and what's not extreme enough. Meanwhile, and here's where I want to go back to the fact that liberals and the left broadly are so unprepared, is that, like, if you say, like Charlie Kirk showed it so well. Like, the amount of people being like, dog, this is what you fucking lived by. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Like, I don't feel that much. The amount of hand wringing that was going on just a week ago. I feel like people are already memory holing it. And people being like, well, shame on you over this. To the point where people thought that's what I was fucking doing. And I think part of the future, the immediate future of this country, is going to be a reckoning with what principled opposition is going to look like. What principled opposition to a bloodthirsty, authoritarian, overreaching Christian fascist force is going to look like. And more importantly, the fact that there is no more delineation. In the world of tomorrow, there is no difference between somebody who just opposes Trump, somebody who just doesn't agree, and somebody that is able to be labeled a terrorist arbitrarily. I think this is the thing that a lot of liberals are going to have a hard time reckoning. Something that a lot of leftists and more, practiced people with theory have been, studying, whether it's based in history, whether it's, that Tom McDonald meme about, like, I don't know if any of you are fans of history. But a lot of people have been ringing these bells for a while, and I think that it is going to unfortunately take rude awakenings, one after the other, to get people to come around to seeing it as you're not exempt. If you thought you were safe by your status, by your class, that's not going to be the case. If you think that you can just post an anti-Trump meme now, what's to stop people from putting together, like they did with the Charlie Kirk shit, databases that will get shared by millions? Elon Musk shared those doxing databases to his what, something 100 million followers, whatever the fuck. Yeah, but also, yeah, hey, that's true. Nothing is going to happen until it offends white liberals. Oh my God. Yeah, kind of. Xeno Korean, thank you very much for $10. Your words and opinions ring truth and honesty. They've given me a little bit more strength to keep moving and not give up. Thank you. I am glad you're here. Thank you very much, Xeno Korean. And Rulani, thank you very much for following. A lot of people are very hopeless right now. I get it. I think especially a lot of trans people I've seen. People in my Discord, people in my friend group. It's this weird dissonance, right? Where like I have hobbies, I do other things. Today the fucking Spider-Man magic set came out, and I had some credit at my local LGS that loves me so much. And I go there because they kind of hooked me up. They gave me one of the welcome decks, and they gave me the like buy a box promo, which is nice. But it was this feeling of just absolute emptiness, and it was again. I talked about this in the recent video essay I did on nostalgia, and more marketing and commercialization here, but this resonant feeling of emptiness, just this echoing of feeling nothing for these empty husks of meaningless non-art, this just goop, as I'm holding it in this hand. This game that I really love, full of characters and shit that I really love, made of Spider-Man shit, which is also something I really love, but I feel fucking nothing. But at the same time, it is also like compounded by the fact that it's like, I know that this is just a distraction, right? And the time for distractions, the time to indulge and engage in all that stuff for so many people is fast approaching an end, I really think. Like, I think a lot of people, especially as the economy continues to get worse, mortgage rates just hit mortgage rates just hit a peak they haven't hit since the 2008 bubble burst. And here's the fucking thing. It is so annoying to know that with every part of Trump's administration, every government head and chair just like polishing their knee pads to get down on those knees every fucking day. There really is, I think a lot of people are too, the thing I would caution people against right now is believing the government more than usual. And I mean not believing the government more than usual, I mean caution against believing it more than usual, because there are so many real chances. We already know that the CDC, that the Center for Disease Control, and like all of these outbreaks and stuff, a lot of it's being either tamped down on, or research has been thrown out, or they aren't relying on it. Same thing with Kash Patel. He just cut out an entire like study that was like, yeah, no, actually the reality that we all know, because we've been living with it for 15 plus years, that right-wing outbursts of violence are more to blame than any other fucking demographic of political violence. They are going to, and this is what I talked about last year when I went to CPAC, a large part of the mission of Project 2025 is redefining what reality is to what they say it is. That goes for redefining terms around sexual and gender identity. That is going to be redefining later terms about morality and religion. Like, they're already trying to entwine the two to fully complete the Christian fascist takeover of everything. And so like you straight up cannot fucking believe, like, and I think like you want to talk about the shit that's going to drive people fucking insane. It's the fact that you're not going to be able to believe your eyes. Literally. We are getting to a point where there is no concrete truth. We are in the most postmodern of postmodern world. This is all Baudrillard talked about all this shit, and I go over a lot of this stuff in the nostalgia essay I did. If you want a more kind of incisive look with sources and shit, I talk about it all there. But I think that that's another piece of context to keep in mind for people. That so many people out there are so fucking confused and so lost, almost stranded. And that is something that conservatives, and not just conservatives, but the kind of fucking techno oligarchs like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are going to take advantage of, to again literally reshape what people take as truth. You've already seen Elon Musk do it in an abstract sense with like Grok, right? Where Grok will start citing accurate statistics or talk about trans people and psychology and be like, are trans people real? And Grok will be like, well, yes, actually, trans people are this, and brain chemistry is this, and this actually evidence provides this. And then Elon will be like, well, sorry, Robot Boy got too fucking woke. I gotta go take him out back, shoot him, and we gotta get Grok 2.0 going. And that's because that is not the reality that they want. They want a reality that represents their little weird squabbles and their little weird hyperfixations. And then they want to force everybody else to accept that. They want to be able to rig the system, and then when somebody goes to the answer machine for answers, they're like, see, this is obviously the answer. This is absolutely the only truth that there is. And if you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with Grok, and Grok knows everything. It's rough, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, it's rough. In a weird way, I think reading a lot of like existentialist and like philosophical stuff lately has kind of helped me contextualize a lot of this, put it into words. Because it is all a facade. It is all simulacrum. It is all, to a lot of people, it's a fucking game. But it's not really. Because games, somebody wins, somebody loses. And then it's over. Cat. She's. Can y'all just hear this fucking cat? Can I help you? She's just glowering at me right now. Just like, all right. Oh, hello, little dog. Hello. Oh, I'm talking about puppy, and she has like tippy taps. She's doing her little pibble tippy taps. My little pibble tippy taps, my little pibble baby.
Oh yes, I love you.
Yes, I love you. I love you. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed my dog, or feed my cat. Okay. Dog? Awoo? Thank you very much for $2. Your Antifa point, 100%. It's ambiguous by design. Thank you very much, Selena Mary. Yeah, it's and I think people need to really of all the bullshit I just viewed, like internalize that, because people. All right, Trump. It is more and more. No, Hermit. We're getting to Shoe. Trump, it is more and more clear that he is just he is so consumed with his little projects that would be, you know, almost adorable for a doddering old man if it wasn't so fucking devastating to the, like, state of everything else. And Trump is, like, he's leaving it to people like Stephen Miller to really run shit. And Stephen Miller's an actual Nazi. Like, Stephen Miller might reject that. Stephen Miller is an actual fucking white supremacist Nazi. He is a human worm. I gotta actually be fucking careful with what I say now. Like that, I love having freedom of speech. I don't talk to my family anymore for this shit. Brianna Wu, I can't see your username. Is that in black text? Slowly starting to see that the pick-me routine isn't working out, but still groveling while trying to throw everyone else under the bus. I wonder if Ernst Röhm reacted in the same fashion after the Nazis turned on him. Yeah, Brianna, man. Old sick bag, thank you for 2 months. Please, I know temperatures are high right now, but can we not dead name Mecha Hitler? Yeah, Brianna. Brianna is a real fucking piece of work. Brianna is a real... Yeah, Mackenzie L. I've talked about it before. Miller has dead-looking eyes. Legitimately creeps me out. When I went to CPAC last year undercover, Stephen Miller was the only... And mind you, I was there for like 5 days of sitting, listening to people. Like, I was in like stone's throw distance of people like Steve Bannon. Like, I touched Sebastian Gorka and fucking Michael Knowles and shit. The only person who legitimately gave me the, like, chilled down my spine heebie-jeebies was Stephen Miller, seeing him on stage talking. Like, it was that feeling that you get, or that, you know, if you've ever listened to, like, lawyers or psychologists, or, you know, if people have interviewed, like, death row prisoners or serial killers, like, people who are just fucking, like, out there, not in this, not on this plane. They are not rocking with the rest of us. That's Stephen Miller. That is the, like, the Dr. Loomis, the devil's eyes type shit. Yeah, what a... Like the room felt cold seeing him in there. Oof. He has such a beautiful smile, though. Does he? Does he, though? Does he, though? Is Sebastian Gorka's head that big in person? Bigger. It's huge. His melon, crazy. Like, that is a country fair award-winning melon right there. God damn. It's crazy. He's also really tall, which I think, like, it kind of makes it more imposing. Like, he has a real fucking like Dr. Neocortex thing going on. Like, if Dr. Neocortex was on growth hormone, that's Sebastian Gorka. Anyway, let's see how they are weaponizing against trans women. And this all started because I was trying to tell people, please go watch. I just put out a video on this noxious little twerp, and it's already, look, sorry, I hate being right about everything all the time. But, like, Jesse Waters, I think, is going to be far more relevant in the future than he has been up until this point. I think up until this point, Jesse Waters has been a voice that a lot of people can just tune out, because he is a fairly personality-less automaton. He is a fucking talking head. but he is seizing his moment after his little, they are at war with us speech when Charlie Kirk was shot. This is part of that. And you can watch my video on him to really see why you're going to be seeing, I guarantee, way more of him in the next fucking couple years.
The militant transgender movement, is that a domestic terrorist threat?
If you are encouraging people to commit acts of violence against the United States government or against your fellow Americans, absolutely, you're
Now, again, you might want to notice the disparity between what Waters is saying and what J.D. Vance is answering. What Waters is saying is that are militant transgenders a terrorist threat? And that could be fucking anything. People like to spread around a picture of my friend Alana McLaughlin with a gun. Every time there's a mass shooting, they're like, oh, this is the shooter. And she has to deal with a just litany of bullshit from sub-room temperature IQs. And that, for some people, lady, you stop it. You are being such a butt. Stop eating Mrs. Food. Gosh. That will be used as context to say that, like, yeah, they're radical trans leftists for having guns. We've already seen people broaching the topic. Remember, it was just a couple weeks ago. People were being like, yeah, we're lady. Hey, stop it, lady. I see you. Stop it. Stop eating Mrs. Food. Well, it was a couple weeks ago where people were like, yeah, we're floating the idea of stripping all Second Amendment rights from trans people. And then you have J.D. Vance saying, like, well, yeah, if you threaten people in American soil, you are a terrorist threat. But I want you to think about what they consider, much like the TERFs. They have a very loose definition of what is considered a threat. So, for example, T-shirts that say trans rights or else, with nifty little designs on them. Or, what's the other one? What's the, death before detransition. Which is to say people would rather die before detransitioning because it's life-saving and life-affirming medical care that allows people to live confident, happy lives as themselves. And for that kind of medical care, for people to threaten to take it away, to me, to most trans people, is an act of violence. And they know that. Don't ever let somebody fucking dumb their way into trying to convince you that, like, well, that's not violence. Fuck off. Hellion Vision, thank you for $4.99. United in duty, bound in destiny. This is the way of the Bionicle. Time to fortify our towns by sharing skills and knowledge of the community. True. Y'all need to be on that Matoran grind set. Y'all need to be on that. I was gonna say, what is a good Takoro grind set? Zeno Corinne, thank you for $5. Do you think there is a way to bridge the gap between black people in the space and non-black people in the space? Which space? I think there's a way to bridge gaps between black people and non-black people in like any. I don't know which space you're talking about, but I think in any space. I get the feeling we're going to see trans flag shirts with, oh, whoa, what's this? God, there are times where I do wish I was, like, more cravenly, like, merchandise focused. Like, I commissioned a t-shirt design over a year ago, and I still haven't found a way to, like, actually get the production rolling on that because I'm just a one-person operation. Zidane, thank you very much. Yeah. I would, if I was more craven, I would absolutely have that. I would absolutely have that t-shirt. Oh, Nathan Drake. I feel dumb for ever giving away my Bionicles to Cousin's little brother. I could have sold them on eBay to some Zoomer trans girl. Okay. I don't think you need to come for the trans girls like that. But that's true. So yeah, let's talk about, in addition to that, they are setting the groundwork for all this shit. Do merch. I plan to at some point. Like I said, I have a and I love the design because it's a Kafka quote. It's lamb chop. It's done by a Twitter artist who I love, whose name is not coming to me right now. But they do a lot of lambs and goats and like it's this kind of like pastel-y, almost like, it's not chalk, but it's like very like colored pencil line art. It's such a great fucking piece. I want to put it on like a carrier bag and a t-shirt at some point. But the left space? Oh, absolutely. Way to bridge the gap between black people and non-black people in the left space. I think it... So... Yes, but there are hard lessons that I think, again, liberals need to learn. Like, I think it is not just a matter of, like, trying to educate, if that makes sense. I think material conditions need to line up where people are actually put into places that black communities have been in and talking about for a long time. You had Makuta and Takanuva? Which Takanuva? Just the OG one? I have a Makuta and I got a Takanuva when I was a kid. Wop Goblin, thank you very much for following. So the Oversight Project, it's your government. What a fucking, oh man. What a fucking, like, absolutely bonkers RoboCop-ass future. Here is this billion-dollar project from this right-wing think tank, from the Heritage fucking Foundation, astroturfed by like oil billionaires and craven Christo-fascists, and they're gonna be like, it's your government. The ops never end. The ops never end. Ugh. Adherents radicalized by transgender ideology-inspired violence and extremism. Now, here's the other part. This phrasing of transgender ideology has been the long-time diagnosis of the right wing, because it encompasses not just trans people, but people who advocate for them. And in that way, it allows them to kind of cut out people who are on their side, the good ones, if you will, people like Blair White. And I think that this is really the fruition of that project, to again tie these nebulous framings that anybody could fall into. If you just think trans people deserve human rights, if you have a fucking sign in your front lawn that says trans people are human, for some people, that will be more than enough to say you agree with transgender ideology, and therefore, A to B to C, you agree with violence and extremism. It's time for the FBI and our government to put political correctness aside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And do what needs to be done. That's a fucking violent dog whistle. Join us in urging the FBI to add a new designation for transgender ideology-inspired violent extremism, or TIVES. That's so fucking dumb. This designation will allow the FBI to access a new suite of tools to counter this threat and monitor this threat. So what they are looking for is, if I'm reading this correctly, which I'm pretty sure I am, they are looking for an excuse to expand state surveillance apparatuses for specifically one minority group, those being trans people, like less than 1% of the population. A percent of a percent. So if I'm not mistaken or taking your words too out of context, non-liberals unfortunately may have to suffer the conditions we have suffered before they're willing to do anything. I think that's part of it. I think there is, like, a lot of understanding and education on mutual struggles comes from experience. It comes from proximity to those experiences, the lived experiences of others. And I don't think that broadly, I don't think that the simple, like, the Black Lives Matter approach, and I'm not talking about the Black Lives Matter organization or the rallies or the marches or anything like that. I'm talking about the kind of, like, you know, white guilt, Robin DiAngelo, like, white people, you need to really sit and listen. I don't think it worked that well, because for a lot of people, it felt like they were being talked down to about these concepts that are very easy to understand when you actually just explain them. And then a lot of people, I think a lot of black people, felt like patronized by it. And a lot of white people felt that they needed to patronize people with it. And so I think it's like there are these things that are like so much more, I don't know, it takes more human connection, I feel. You know, because there's no way, look, me as somebody who's, you know, melanatedly challenged, there's no way for me to be like, well, yes, I understand what black people go through. No. But that doesn't mean I don't have empathy or I don't try to understand or educate myself. And those are things that take time. What is the best way to do that? You know, honestly, I think it's not that different. I don't know if you've watched my video on the former white nationalists, where I made a documentary where I interviewed 5 different former, like, members of neo-Nazi groups from the last 4 decades, people who are now actively working against radicalization. They're actively working to help other people leave those movements. And the uniting factor, and these were people who did not know each other, who were divided by entire countries in some cases, who were divided by decades in the times they were active. But the uniting factor was they had somebody who listened to them, who talked to them, who knew them personally. Who there was one that I still think of, where he was telling me about, like, yeah, I was, when I was trying to get out of the movement, when I was trying to leave, because a lot of white nationalist movements they're very cultish, like they kind of take a hold of you and don't let you leave. And he made friends with a older black man who worked a janitorial job with him. And the way that he says, like, and this guy, like, talked me down off a lot of shit and became like invited me in as a member of his family. And now that's not me saying that, oh, every black person needs to go, invite a Nazi to be their family at all. The point I'm getting at there is I think that a lot of times understanding is personal. A lot of times I think more people than you might think, and I'm not just talking to one person, but I'm talking in general. More people than you might think have the genuine will to want to do good, or what they see as good, their idea of good. I think there's so many people who are, for the most part, well-meaning. And then you see this, I think it's why you see this kind of, like, good old boy mentality on the right wing, where it's like, well, I don't care where you come from or if you're black, purple, or pink. And it is this kind of like, to them, that is egalitarianism. They want to be like, well, you know, I don't see skin color, and there's not this difference. But that's an oversimplified view, right? Like that's a view that completely, willfully ignores the realities of like the structures that a lot of people are born into, both black, white, any person of any color or background, that affect our upbringings in different ways. And these are projects that have been working for hundreds of years now. Like post-Reconstruction era South, the Jim Crow laws. These are structures where the Confederacy was in so many ways allowed to rebuild as legislation, as political and social movements, which is why we still have remnants of the Confederacy today in so many different ways. And I think a lot of that comes back to the fact that, you know, this idea of like white guilt or whatever, it's uncomfortable for a lot of people to hear about. But it's not actually hard to understand when you're not performative about it, when you're not incredibly abrasive about it. You can sit down, if you sit down with somebody and you were to say, hey, here's this, this, and this. Here's how this led to this, led to this. And you can lay out I recommended it last time, but phenomenal fucking book. Like, I think far more useful, instrumental in understanding, particularly black people, but people of color as a whole, and even queer people, and their place that they've been given or assigned in American culture is Ibram X. Kendi's Stamped from the Beginning. I talked about it on last stream. Because it does such a better job of, like, here are just the facts about how an entire group of people was treated. Here are the facts about how entire groups of people for generations had to form their own traditions and cultures because everything they had was stripped away from them. And then over time, even the traditions and cultures they formed would be stripped away from them and commoditized. And they are irrefutably laid out in ways that are so understanding, that lead the viewer to be like, yeah, I have a fucking hard time disagreeing with any of this. Doesn't matter where you fall from ideologically. And to me, that kind of education is so much more useful, I think, to creating that understanding, that empathy, than somebody who, you know, is just like, well, you need to actually sit down and listen, and you need to do this, and actually you need to check your white privilege. Because a lot of people will immediately be turned off. If that makes sense. Pact 1558, it's called Stamped from the Beginning by Ibram X. Kendi. Actually. Yeah, I see it's already in my, because I just looked it up. Phenomenal fucking book. Phenomenal book. Yeah, it is a, like, the way it is laid out so succinctly. It follows these, you know, very great black Americans through their entire lives, you know, linking from like Angela Davis to Franklin Douglas, and like it's just a great fucking book. Yeah, no, organizers with the most white guilt were some of the most volatile and unreliable. They wanted so badly to demonstrate how good of an ally they were, but they were self-centering and cruel. I think, again, like, you have these... you can always tell when you go to a protest. This is something I hadn't experienced in a while because I hadn't been to a protest in a minute before LA. And I just remembered, like, oh yeah, there are so many people who are gonna jet the second the police like start looking a little bit scary. Like everybody, and I talk about it in the video, is like the No Kings protest in LA. The amount of white people in the crowd went down by 98%. And that's not to say there were no white people on the front lines, because there were. But when you got down to the actual protest, when the police were fucking shooting people in the head with mace and pepper balls, when they were launching these motherfuckers, this is the size of the rubber bullet. This was the rubber bullet featured in a video that hit near me, hit the barrier right in front of me, and rolled by my feet. This right here. When they were shooting those at our heads, the police, or the crowd, was more mixed than I had seen it all day. Because so many of the people who came down there treated it like a fucking street fair. Oh, we're going to go out, we're going to bring our pithy little signs, and then they're going to go get fucking lunch at Olive Garden. Then they're going to go fucking back to their lives in North Hollywood. They're going to feel just completely comfortable that they had done a activism. But you know what? I was there for 4 days before that. I didn't see any of those motherfuckers. There were hundreds and hundreds of people at the ICE protest, at the ICE facility, at the federal building in downtown LA for 5 days leading up to No Kings. And the people leading it were people of color, were people from the local community, were white people, black people, Latino, Hispanic, Asian. And those were the same people who stayed around and were helping each other when the shit got real. Like, that's another thing I think people need to really think about. And really, again, like, if you think to yourself, I'm going to go out, there's a protest happening nearby, I'm going to go out, I'm going to do that. You need to ask yourself in a serious fucking way. No bullshit. Be honest if you can't be honest with anybody else, be honest with yourself. Are you about that shit? Because it is fucking, I've known a lot of people like this. It is easy to say, I'll be there, fuck the cops, ACAB, Black Lives Matter, all this stuff. And then once that pepper ball comes out, once you get that first flashbang to your face, once those tears start running from the gas, that's some shit that people are like, oh, this sucks. This is not great. This is not fun. It's like, yeah, because activism isn't fun. Sticking up for each other isn't fun, but it's necessary. And I think more and more people hopefully will begin to understand that. And I think that's where a lot of those bonds will be formed and cemented. Honestly. And that's a really fucking... I know I took a long way around, but I hope I answered your question in an okay way. Baker Mayfield Goat 76, Airy Berry, Violet Vance, thank you very much. And Alaxba, thank you very much for cheering a bunch too. What is the point of getting beat up by the cops? Well, ideally, you wouldn't be getting beat up by the cops. You would be getting protected by your own. And that's not to say, like, well, this group is going to protect its own. I mean, that, like, if I think you can see it in the video, there's a moment where, god damn, I had a dream about this the other night. I don't know why. But the guy who got shot in the head near me, because again, if you haven't watched my video on the protests in LA, I have a whole documentary where it's like first person reporting on everything I experienced there. Like I said, you can see me getting shot at with this. Hassan was there. I met Hassan there. I had a dream about the guy who got shot in the head the other night. And it just, like, it had me wake up just thinking about it. Because that image stuck with me for days. I couldn't fucking get it out of my head. because I was one of the people who, when that guy was shot, and I think Hassan's cameraman, I don't think Hassan's cameraman got it. I think they were looking off screen, but because it was graphic. And like, I was one of the people dragging, I did not drag him, but I was covering him back from the protest line because I had a backpack. And, you know, it was me. There was, I think the medic there was black. The dude who got shot was Latino. I'm white. Hassan's fucking Turkish. Like, Hassan was there, gave some medical supplies. I dropped some medical supplies. And, like, I think that's really what it's all about. Did he die? I don't know. I don't think so. I really, really tried to stay up on it and find out. But, you know, there were a couple hundred people down there. I don't know. I think if it was a death there, it would have been more widely broadcast. But it was, God, it was fucking bad, dude. Woof. Hassan is jive Turkish. Zeno Kern, thank you for $2. Dead Domain, you did. Thank you for asking. Thank you very much. Is the guy who got shot okay? I do not know. Love to learn field medicine. No time like the present to learn. There is no shortage of resources for you to teach yourself. Yeah, he was shot. I believe he was shot with one of these. And like, to give you an idea, these are shot at, like, these are shot faster than professional baseball players pitch a ball. And it hit him, judging by where the blood was coming from, right here. At less than 40 feet, which is under the recommended area to even shoot at somebody's feet. It should be illegal. It is. I mean, it doesn't matter when the cops are doing it, but it is. Yeah, it's when I talk to the because another thing about that video is, by the way, if you are watching what's happening in Memphis and Detroit and the anti-ICE protests that are popping off there, watch my video from LA, because of everything I've seen from that, exact same shit. Exact same shit. The National Guard's person who talked to me anonymously during my time in LA talked about the training that National Guard receives for protests and, you know, quelling civilian riots and stuff like that. And these less lethal rounds are supposed to be fired at people's feet. They were fired at people's heads. There's a great video from Hassan that his cameraman got a fucking shot that was goddamn insane. You have to slow it all the way down because this cameraman captured it in 60 FPS. I wouldn't have caught it. Where a dude had his hat, like, if you watch the video, you just see the hat like flicker. Like, you just see a little, and then when you slow it down, you see the round graze, touch his hat. And it goes right between, like, here's his head, here's Hassan's head. Like, it goes right between them. Yeah, fucking crazy. TIVE is based on the belief that violence is justified against those who do not share radical views of trans ideology. It's led to an increasing trend of TIVE domestic terrorist events across the country. Stop trying to make TIVE a thing. TIVE isn't a thing. Early evidence indicates it played a role in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Because they've been, so it's so funny, they've been looking for any angle they can get in on Charlie Kirk being like killed by trans people, and the best they can do is that like maybe the shooter was kind of motivated by possibly trans adjacent ideology. Christ, man. We have been calling on the FBI to make this designation for years. It will allow our government to detect, disrupt, and dismantle TIVE cells in the United States in order to mitigate against the ongoing domestic terrorism threat. This designation does not mean that all trans individuals are domestic terror threats, but instead narrowly focuses on those who adopt the worldview that violence is justified against those who disagree with trans ideology. Which, again, they might say, they are going to say, like, well, no, that doesn't mean all trans people are bad. It's the same shit Alex Jones does.
Where it's like, obviously, there are some people who legitimately need it, but then the rest of them are Democrat pedophiles.
It's like, the second it becomes politically expedient, they can expand this definition to include anybody they want for any fucking reason. Yeah, TIVE is, what does it stand for? Transgender Ideology-Inspired Violent Extremism. Trans-inspired violent extremism. God, they want to make it a thing so fucking bad. It's so dumb. All right, chat. Let's go finally over to the main event, I think, that many have been waiting for. I know I've been talking a lot. I've been yapping. I'm a yapper. I know it. And Xenagros, thank you very much for being a member for so many, for 3 months. Happy to see you. Was really happy to see you in a full mask. Yeah, me too. That was all Lana B. That was all Lana B. I got to give big ups to Lana and their fiance for everything. And I actually might be yeah, I can say this. I might be going back to LA sooner than later, because I have an opportunity to possibly film a short film a friend of mine wrote. And I desperately want to get some narrative directing experience under my belt before I try and crowdfund for my feature probably next year. So, yeah. Did Dee really say that leaving the U.S. makes you a traitor? I don't know if I said that. I don't think... If I said that, that's certainly not the spirit in which I meant it. Friendly Troll Painter, thank you for following. I think I meant more that there's a... Like, what I think I meant was personally... I feel a responsibility to stay here. I vaguely remember saying people getting mad at me for saying something that might have been interpreted as that around the time of the election. And I think what I meant to say was I personally see it as having a responsibility to stay here. Judy or Jude, is the friend Mia Moore? I don't know. It might be a friend I have who makes movies down in LA. Who's to say? I'm going to press play on this, and then I'm going to go over and I need to go check out my my phone's been charging for a minute. I gotta go see if somebody texted me.
On September 10th, Charlie Kirk was giving a talk at Utah Valley University, and out of nowhere he was dead, live, in front of a bunch of college kids, in front of his wife, and his 2 children. And I don't think the country is ever going to be the same. Not only because of this horrific tragedy, but because of everything that followed. The dark, disturbing realization that we may not be on the same page as our coworkers, classmates, friends, neighbors, doctors, when it comes to the issue of murder. I was crashing out on Twitter a few days ago, just stream of consciousness posting about it, with run-on sentences and everything. 4 days later, I have a clearer head, but I still...
There is something to be said, and I want to be clear, I don't think ShoeOnHead is like, I'm not saying she was ugly or anything. But there is something about this brand of content creator, because I think Melanie Mack falls into a similar vein where they are just like unable to age. And granted, this is a weird thing, I understand, for a lot of content creators. You get to a point where you start when you're younger and you have an image that you want to look good on camera, you want to put out a certain look on camera. But we're at a point where some of these people's careers have been 10, 15, 20 years now. And I find it interesting. Yeah, it is this kind of like hot topic, late teen, mid 2000 like porcelain doll girl look. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It's there's something about it. That boxy aesthetic. Yeah, the boxy aesthetic. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'll turn it up a little bit. It is a little bit low. Because the players on other... Every time I turn down YouTube...
feel the exact same way.
Because every time I go to like Twitter, it's super loud.
We're going to talk about the aftermath. And then we're going to get a little personal. Because frankly, I don't see the country the same anymore. And I know a lot of you feel...
So I want to straight up say, if Charlie Kirk was the thing that you were like, damn, shit's crazy. This ain't the place I recognize. You have not been paying attention at all. Like, just straight up.
The exact same way, so we're going to talk about it after we talk about everything else. Charlie Kirk was not a healthcare CEO, he was not a powerful politician, and let me be 100% clear, I'm not saying this to say that it's okay when those people are murdered. My point is that those are positions of power that most people cannot relate to.
He literally was a politically relevant figure. He literally had a massively astroturfed movement behind him. He was a political figure. He wasn't elected. He was a political figure. The idea of saying, like, he was just like a regular dude is fucking crazy to me.
Like, the average person is just so far removed from that world. But I think what happened to Charlie is hitting differently because, like I said on Twitter, he was just a fucking guy. He was a fucking podcaster. He was a guy who talked about politics.
He wasn't just a guy
who had conservative beliefs.
Bull fucking shit. This is the most disingenuous, bad faith way I've ever seen somebody being like try and make something about themselves and the crash out they had on Twitter. He was not. If there is anything, and this is how I know she's either being A, incredibly disingenuous, or B, willfully ignorant, is because there has been a veritable treasure trove of every shitheel thing Charlie Kirk said, lived by, and died by, coming across Twitter for a week now. Everything from him denigrating black women for stealing jobs from white people to fucking making jokes about how it's great that Muslims were getting murdered in the Middle East. Like, the idea that he was just like a podcast bro. What the fuck? In what fucking world? He was worth $12 million, not a regular guy? Christ. Imagine fucking trying to be like, oh, he's just a little fella. Oh, he's just a, you wouldn't make fun of a guy with glasses, would you? And he's a $12 million net worth motherfucker. Damn.
Not everyone knows a billionaire.
Hunter Randy, the left hate Charlie because they can never out-debate him. No, we could. The left hate Charlie because he would fucking purposely edit around the people who fucking owned him. Like, Charlie Kirk's entire gig was debate highlight reels. Every time you've seen a compilation of, like, libs owned, there are 3 other Dems or libs or teenagers There are 3 other fucking 18-year-olds who outflanked this 30-year-old who decided to make a living out of dunking on children and still didn't even manage to do it well. Like, come on. Come on, son. Come on, son. I love cigarettes. 43. Thank you for following. Don't forget, he called for people to bail out the guy who made an attempt on Pelosi and ended up attacking her husband. Yeah, he called them a patriot. Or said that patriots needed to bail him out.
Their CEO or a powerful politician, but they do know somebody with conservative beliefs. They know somebody who holds
one who reads.
Some
Thank you for
or
3 months.
many
That
of
reactionary
Charlie
asshole
Kirk's
is indeed
opinions.
6. So
because
the title
despite
holds
what
up.
people in their little bubble believe, his core ideology and what he believed is the same shit like your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook.
What a strange fucking comparison to make. Same thing that your conservative boomer uncle on Facebook. That is like a stereotype of somebody who's so extreme you won't interact with them. Like when people are like, yeah, no, my fucking crazy uncle. The one that nobody invites to Thanksgiving anymore because he just can't stop talking about politics. He has to make everything about fucking Trump. Like, that particularly is such a fucking bizarre touchstone to pull on. Okay. Sure. I've been convinced that she was an op for a while. Hey, look. I think you can make arguments for most things being an op now.
Posts. You can only disagree with this if you are unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk, or you are unfamiliar with the many different branches and different ideologies of the right wing. Now, don't get me wrong, Charlie Kirk had many bad takes over the years. Like, for example, the 2 most popular quotes I see people posting are the one where he advocated for stoning gays and black women are too stupid to be pilots.
Or how about the one where he was talking about how the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? He has went on record calling Martin Luther King a like evil communist and shit.
But guess what? Both those things, the 2 most popular quotes people are posting to justify this guy being murdered, are out of context. But idiots like Stephen King ran with it, then later had to apologize for spreading misinformation about a dead man. These people will build a straw man of you in their minds. They get so...
Are you gonna show the full context of those things, or are you just going to parrot the conservative talking point that they're out of context? So when you actually look up the context, some of that shit's even worse. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. What's the additional context for that? That makes that okay. What is the additional context that you could possibly apply? Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. Ooh, yeah, definitely not a racist here. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action? Here we go. This is the one that people say, well, this is taken out of context, except here's the actual more full version of the quote. because here's the part people go, you have to do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. And people are like, no, that's out of context. You got to read the full quote. The full quote is, if we have said that, if we would have said that Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Okay, so that's still racist and bad. That is still, in fact, you're adding an extra thing. Like, you're adding extra context of targeting specific black women, saying that they do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously. But okay, it's out of context. My brother has been showing our youngest brother Charlie Kirk videos, and I told him he was wildly racist. He didn't believe me. This is from The Guardian. Just look up The Guardian Charlie Kirk quotes. Yeah, here is the answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. I believe this was a Jubilee one, responding to a question about whether he would support his 10-year-old daughter aborting a pregnancy conceived of rape on the debate show Surrounded, published on 8 September 2024. We need a Nuremberg-style trial for every gender-affirming clinic doctor. We need it immediately. So that's calling for political violence against qualified physicians. Cool. I'm sorry. The gun quote is just so good. Here's one. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years. We dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. The Great Replacement Strategy, which is well underway every single day in our southern border, is a strategy to replace white rural America with something different. As a racist conspiracy theory with no basis in fact, but he's just repeating it. Dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America. Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. So this is your guy, Shoe. All right, sure.
Mad about it that they celebrate the real you dying. Horrifying. But more importantly, even if everything was in context, who cares? Oh, he said this. Oh, he said this. I don't care. There are many things he said that I disagree.
Okay, so we were just talking about how I love the goalpost being moved here already. The idea of, well, he's not actually that bad. He's just like a regular dude. But even if he wasn't, so what? Who cares? Well, I feel like we should have been debating from that point to begin with, Shoe. It kind of seems like you're just trying to launder his reputation by moving the goalpost. Lady Virgil, as a black former priest in trad Catholic circles, I got looks like, oh, can a black man, I'm trans, really be a priest of the Lord? But in the end, they're the kind of bigots to whom my priesthood superseded my blackness. Gosh, I am so glad I ran away to be a trans femme sex worker. I am glad for you as well. If that's what you want to do, I love that for you.
There are many things he said that I think are bad. Who cares? It is just a fact that nothing he said warranted his life being taken away. This is America.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. That doesn't mean that people have to fawn over his death or his artistic legacy as a debater or a podcaster. Nobody has to suddenly retroactively like him or the things he says because he's fucking dead now. Like, Ma, thank you for $2. Boot on Fed? Maybe.
We have freedom of speech here, unless you criticize a certain country, but for the most part, we have freedom of speech here. So after detaining Not just one wrong guy, but 2 wrong guys. The FBI finally got the shooter, only because his own father turned him in. I guess they were just too fucking busy not releasing the Epstein files to catch a political assassin. It was this f***ass demon, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, another irony-poisoned Reddit shooter who wrote a bunch of memes on the bullets, including "Hey fascist catch" and
"Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?"
I fucking hate it here. A lot of people were saying that the shooter was a groiper, which is a...
That's so fucking annoying that she let that joke flop. That's one of my favorite clips in modern times, honestly. The video of him, the cop reading "Notices bulges OWO," and then the clip of him saying fucking "if you read this, you are gay, LMAO." That's good shit. That's just good, clean fun right there. Yeah, it's up there with wet ass P word.
The streamer Nick Fuentes, and I have no fucking idea where that came from. I'm gonna be so honest.
What do you know, June? What do you know? What? Okay, first off, again, a lot of subtle language here. Calling Nick Fuentes just a streamer and saying that groypers are just fans of his is a fucking wild misrepresentation of that noxious Nazi little fucking worm. That's like straight up lying by omission. That's insane to me. Okay.
I have seen no actual proof of this. And it doesn't make sense because someone further right than Charlie Kirk wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist, and they wouldn't say he...
Does she not even know? She spent hours crashing out on Twitter. In none of that time did she see the very obvious news breaking that the etchings scrawled on the bullet casings were from Helldivers and video games? Like, she got enough to call him an epic fucking Reddit meme lord, but not that it was a Helldivers reference? Like, she's straight up just... She's saying he's irony poison, but is doing everything in her power so far to fucking... like, try and make this look like a left thing.
Was hateful. Their proof is that the shooter once dressed up like the Slav squat meme from 2012, and they also found a separate meme of Pepe the Frog dressed like the Slav squat meme. Therefore, the shooter is a groiper. That is like seeing a photo of the shooter dressed like a clown, and then seeing this image of Pepe the Frog dressed like a clown, and then being like groiper confirmed. What is the connection? The shooter didn't even post the Pepe image. Like, where did the Pepe even come from? Just a bunch of liberal boomers not understanding memes. The other thing I saw was the shooter had...
Bold fucking take. Bold fucking take for somebody who just completely misrepresented what some of those memes were. That's A+ detective work there. Jesus fucking Christ.
Republican parents, and therefore the shooter must be Republican, which is just funny because we all see what these people say about their Republican parents every Thanksgiving. But I guess we'll see. It's September 14th when I am recording this, so maybe more things will come out. Editor Shoe here, more things came out. Definitely not a groiper. At the end of the day, he could have every single one of my or your opinions. It ultimately doesn't matter. One person may have pulled the trigger, but then we saw the reaction of many.
We think that...
Is she really fucking saying this? Is she real? This is fucking crazy, dude. She's gonna be blaming dancing TikTok libs for the death of Charlie Kirk. That like, oh, this is my why I left the left moment. pay no attention to the fact that apparently I'm just chill. I just think Nick Fuentes is just a streamer. He's just a streamer. Just a regular dude. Nothing weird to look into there. Wow.
Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Yo, they got Charlie Kirk, bro. I've never been happier.
Never believe the reason I'm smiling. And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing to do with...
I would say pour one out for Kirky boy, but I don't waste good beer on little bitches.
Rest in peace, bozo!
Charlie.
Here's my take on this. You can show me a million more of these. I won't actually care. I don't care if it was celebrated. If God forbid, if somebody on the left, if this happened to somebody else, if they were a victim of senseless violence that people like Matt Walsh are constantly egging on and constantly encouraging, I wouldn't have time to really give a fuck about what random nobodies on TikTok are saying. Like, I don't really care. Do you believe in free speech? It's a open shut question. It is a yes or no option. If you check the yes box, something that offends you is accepted. You accept that implicitly. Every day you walk out the door and you take part in society with everybody else. You accept the idea that there are millions of people out there who disagree with you. Possibly even violently so. Possibly even in ways that will piss you off and make you mad. And you have to shrug and simply go, them's the breaks. That's the cookie. That's how it crumbles. But Shoe simply cannot, is aghast that a bunch of libs would go on to TikTok and be like, ha, fucking smoking that Charlie pack. I just don't. I can't bring myself to care what random little idiots say online. That's why I've broadly stopped interacting with anybody who doesn't have like a sizable follower count on Twitter, because I'm like, this person has 130 followers. What am I gonna do by interacting and engaging with them? I'm gonna throw a pithy insult their way. I mean, unless it's a really good one, then I got, you gotta take your shots where you get them. Yeah, also, these right-wing hacks have celebrated George Floyd's death. The amount of fucking... Yeah, why don't you look at the... Let's take a walk down the TikTok lane of, like, how many of these fuckers joked about George Floyd. How many Steven Crowders were out there making George Floyd reenactments and jokes and japes. How many George Floyd memes have been thrown around, weaponized towards black people? That one didn't really get you. That one didn't really get you. I wonder why. Radioactive Half-Time, thank you for following. The Tail X Nerd, thank you for following. Jonathan Black, thank you for $10. There's no place for political violence in our country except for Melissa Hortman, January 6th, Oklahoma City, Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, it's funny how they forget all the shit that is... Yeah, no, Loomer just said that shit, just made that joke about... Congrats, George Floyd, for being 5 years sober. Yeah.
Kirk just got put down like a fucking dog in Utah.
I do not, and I will not, ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
I just heard that someone shot Charlie Kirk? Thoughts and prayers.
This just goes on for minutes.
Someone shot Charlie Kirk. Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
Homie dead. Fuck your homie dead. Fuck your homie dead.
It's like 5 minutes of this shit. Come on, dude.
Deserves to go too.
Your video was like not even hitting 20 minutes, and you have to pad it like this. Just pick the worst. Pick the worst.
This wasn't just a bunch of fringe blue hair SJWs or whatever. They were teachers professors, doctors, HR workers, healthcare workers.
Okay, what does that tell you? Again, really, really think about what you're saying. How many people going about their day that are not crazy radical leftist SJWs, how many people going about their day heard this flagrant racist, which again, you kind of totally skated over the quotes. You didn't really give the full context of those quotes. I'm willing to bet you didn't give the full context, because like when I showed those quotes, kind of still looked still pretty bad. Kind of still looked pretty bad. Yeah. But these people knew that, especially if they're in communities of people of color, of marginalized identities. They knew who he was. They knew the hatred he spread. They probably had family members who had been radicalized down pipelines, starting with shit like Charlie Kirk. And we can't possibly think for a moment about, like, why these people who go about normal, productive lives contributing to society might want to enact their freedom of speech to be like, damn, sucks for him. But no, we have to cry for the podcaster. Jesus.
Nurses, pediatricians, people who work with kids, people's classmates, roommates. They are teachers showing our children the gory, horrifying video of Charlie.
So I will say that's fucked up. I do not know. The Toronto School Board allegation that an elementary school teacher forced his class of 10-year-olds to watch footage of Charlie Kirk's murder repeatedly. That is fucked up. There's straight up no excuse for that. But at the same time, what website is this? By Raw Egg Nationalist? To watch Kirk murder video. No, it's not there. It's not the New York Post. Do y'all... Can somebody find me the fucking website that is? Because she's not showing it. But I'm willing to bet between the dropship body pills and the Raw Egg Nationalist... You found the website? National Post, is that what it is? Nope, I don't think that was it. Google Lens it? I don't know how. Independent journalist Twitter egg. Great. Oh, interesting. Charles Cornish Dale, better known by his online alias, Raw Egg Nationalist, is a British far-right influencer and conspiracy theorist. This is who Shue is getting her sources from. You know, I'm starting to kind of pick up a trend with the sources that she's getting her info from, and the things that she's willfully leaving out, and the people she's taking sympathy on, and the people she's depicting as just like normal, like streamers and stuff. It sure seems, now far be it for me to say, sure seems like there's an ideological agenda to all this shit. Advocated for white nationalism, promoted conspiracy theories related to anti-globalism, particularly the Great Reset and the Great Replacement. You know, now I'm kind of wondering, that thing she said about the country you're not supposed to criticize. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Shue? What other things do you have to say about Israel? I'm genuinely fucking curious. All right, let's see if we can fucking find this. 300,000. Christ, we're so fucking cooked, dude. This is just straight up white identitarian shit. Like, look at this. Dark-eyed, blue-eyed shit. This is your fucking calling AOC a disgusting creature. This is your source, dude? Yeah, okay, now I know why you didn't want to fucking now I know why you cut off the top of this video from this screenshot. Retweeting Andy Ngo. Crazy. Jesus Christ. These people tweet so fucking much, bro. Do you do anything fucking else? Holy shit. All right, what is this fucking... Does he just repost his own fucking articles? The most astroturfed, made-up bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, dude. I'm sorry. If Shue is retweeting this shit, ShoeOnHead is fucking cooked, dude. Is it Man's World Rag on what the fuck was the... Yeah, I'm not going back 4 more days of that shit. Okay.
Gay.
Trans World Magazine, huh? Do you not fucking post your articles? What the hell, man? Alright, is this... Alright, here's an Instagram post on it. So now I'm going down the rabbit hole. I think I saw a Hagen Nationalist. No. No fucking shot. No fucking shot, dude. No fucking shot, man. Your source is fucking Infowars, dude? But no, you're good. Oh yeah, you know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, here's the thing. If her source is Infowars, there is a high chance the reason that she is saying well, Nick Fuentes is a streamer is because Nick Fuentes has been streaming with Alex. Where Alex has been laundering the little Nazi twerp's fucking reputation to his audience, trying to capitalize on Nick's Groyper popularity. Oh, oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay. Okay, Shoe. Come on. Come on. Let's... Man. Yeah, but you want to fucking argue. Like here's the thing. Shoe might try and use this as a, like, oh, this is why I'm turning more conservative. I've seen what makes you people cheer. No fucking shot. Somebody. Yeah, funny. Interesting how she cropped this out. Let's run up a tally here. She cropped Infowars out, probably knowing that even though it was reported elsewhere, she can't really fucking show the Infowars label, and it was just probably too lazy to fucking, crib it from the Post. She cropped Infowars out, didn't show the full quotes that she said were out of context. It's like, well, then it's your job as the journalist, as the YouTuber, as the editor, to help your audience put it in context. Padded the video with 5 minutes of other people's content, and then just called Nick Fuentes a streamer. And then completely didn't even have any kind of knowledge about, like, the memes, and just immediately assumed they were lefty memes, even though they're from, like, video games like Helldivers. Racking them up. All right, Shoe. Let's keep it going. What else you got for me?
Charlie's murder on repeat. The hippy-dippy "in this house we believe" shitlib mask was ripped off, and underneath was nothing but psychopathic bloodlust. I have seen people on the right celebrate the death of people they disagree with. I've seen it. I remember Heather Heyer in 2017. But I also remember the whole internet, left and right, coming together to disavow and mock the few dozen people from Stormfront who were celebrating her death.
It was not fucking a few dozen people just from Stormfront. Okay, I wonder, is she going to bring up George Floyd? Do you think she brings up George Floyd? Do you think so? I kind of don't think so. Do you think she brings up the trans teenager who committed suicide while a bunch of people who are probably pretty chummy with her took to mocking immediately the same bridge, took to defacing the area where a kid killed herself? Do you think she's going to bring that up? Somehow I don't fucking think so.
This is different. It's never been like this before. It's never been this much. It's never been this brazen. Normal people have to log into, like, an alternate Twitter account where they can post their more unorthodox opinions, and these people are out here full face, full name, like, hell yeah, murder. What? The smug, unearned confidence these people have to be openly sociopathic with their full name and face because they live under
That's not smug, unearned confidence, honey. What you're doing is smug, unearned confidence. Undermining your own arguments with your lack of transparency about your sources while being painfully obvious about the entire framework you're already approaching an issue in. That's smug, unearned confidence. Pretending you have a moral high ground while completely misrepresenting shit willfully. That's smug and unearned confidence. Somebody just making a dumbass TikTok, and yes, it is fucking stupid. It is cringe to go on TikTok and be like, Charlie Kirk's dead. Who gives a shit? Like, I think that's cringe. I think that's stupid. But somebody doing that does not somehow represent millions and millions of people in a voting bloc. And the fact that you are so willfully able to say, well, just a couple people celebrated Heather Heyer's death, but they're all Nazis from Stormfront, as opposed to all these brunch libs who are just apparently ravening bands of war boys hungry for blood, completely belies where you're actually coming from and who you're giving goodwill to. It really, really fucking betrays the entire goal of this thing, which is to seemingly whitewash you into being able to say, this is why I left the left. This is why I can't agree with these people anymore. Oh, they're just so terrible, But it's very clear from the beginning that you never fucking did. At least not in this context. That you came in fully cocked to let this be your, this is why I'm leaving the left moment. Not that you were ever really on the left.
The pathetic delusion of being on the right side of history needs to end. They will blame you for your death because words are violence. Words are violence, so them killing you is just self-defense. That's why they're using Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of gotcha. Oh, if you don't condone political violence, why do you support Kyle Rittenhouse? They fundamentally don't see the difference between killing someone over speech and killing someone over self-defense, because these are the same things to them. Also, I'm going to be the one to point it out, because of course I am. I saw nobody else do it. Why are most of them women? Most of the people celebrating are women. Like, it's a good, like, 80-20 ratio all over the internet. What is going on, ladies? Basically, the whole country is shook because last year
Could it have anything to do with the fact that he supported an agenda that is dedicated to stripping women of their rights to self-determination and healthcare? Nah, that couldn't be it. That couldn't be it. No, he was just a podcaster. He just didn't do anything. He was also a multimillionaire who helped facilitate the re-election of an authoritarian piece of shit. But he was just a podcaster. Why would people be happy he died? He was just an integral part of the Trump propaganda machine that continued to proselytize to the youth. But he was just a small little guy. Why are you mad? Why are you mad at Charlie Kirk? He was a small bean. Small bean. Also, yeah, disingenuous framing number 1,000 at this point, saying Kyle Rittenhouse was just acting in self-defense, when we know for a fact Kyle Rittenhouse had spoken about going to shoot protesters before even going there, crossed state lines illegally to go protect businesses, and then wildly shot multiple people. So, apparently June is just cool with that. Totally normal false equivalencies to make.
Realized how many people would celebrate the murder of a president, and this year they realized how many people would celebrate the murder of them. At the end of the day, this is all the inevitable conclusion.
That's not the same thing. Like, a random person dying and Charlie Kirk dying are not the same thing, June. Like, whatever you think about Charlie Kirk, I don't think it's probably healthy to celebrate somebody's death. Honestly. Unless it is a massive, monumental figure in a movement, which Charlie Kirk is not. And even then, that is upon, like, that is an ideologically contingent kind of celebration, right? That's going to, a different strokes for different folks, whatever. I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum. The point is, you got to stop with this ooh-woo small bean shit. Like, he wasn't just a regular person. He wasn't just some random small town shit kicker. He wasn't from like fucking flyover town USA. He was Charlie Kirk. He's had a worldwide outpouring of support. You know who didn't, June? The children who were murdered the exact same day from gun violence in the country. They aren't getting their names played at fucking NFL stadiums. They aren't getting their special day of remembrance passed in legislature right now. If you actually gave a fuck about regular people, if you actually gave a fuck, where's the care for that? Hey, we got half the video to go left. Maybe it's in there.
Of the punch a Nazi thing from like 2017. Do you guys
Hey,
remember
Catrify.
that? We always knew it was a slippery slope. That's why we were against it. And they always say this dumb shit like, if you don't want to be called a Nazi, stop being a Nazi.
Do you hear that a lot, June? Do you hear that a lot? It seems like a couple people have sent it to you. Do you think that maybe there's a reason people keep saying that? That you get your fucking news from Infowars? That you apparently think Nick Fuentes is just a regular little guy? Do you think Nick Fuentes is also just like a little fella? Just a uwu small bean, Nick Fuentes? Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind with this.
Even a congressman from my state, New York, was like, oh, if you want to stop being called a fascist, you should stop being a fascist. Yeah, that's great, except you've called everyone and their mother a fascist and a Nazi for the past, like, 15.
Again, this is a false equivalency. The people who are getting called fascists and Nazis, guess what they've turned out to be? I'll wait. Fascists and Nazis. Yeah, the people who a decade ago were saying that, like, I don't know, this Trump guy seems kind of fashy. Kind of seems like the shit he wants to do is very authoritarian, very nationalistic in a real bad way. Oh, boy. What? Oh, geez. Gee willikers, wouldn't you fucking know it? How's that going for everybody? Huh? What were we just talking about for the rest of the stream? Leveraging marginalized groups, targeting them to strip away broad rights and protections from whole groups of people, targeting enemies based on political identity and ideology, and being able to expand those ideas at a moment's notice. You can just arbitrarily really target anybody you want for any kind of political dissent or what you judge as political dissent. But no, the people who support that broadly, the people who've been in my mentions for days saying I'm going to be put in internment camps for being trans and queer, they wouldn't. Why would I call them Nazis? They're just regular old good old boy conservatives. You libs, you call everybody Nazis. It's like, yeah, okay, dude.
Years. And I see a lot of progressives in my audience like, Shoo, you're not like Charlie Kirk. You're not a fascist. Here are all the things I have been called Nazi, fascist, reactionary for over the last few years. Would you like to...
Okay. This is one of the dumbest approaches anybody with any platform can take. I want to say that. Completely irrespective of the rest of the video. Getting up on your own cross and being like, this is what people have said about me, is bitch-made, bottom-of-the-barrel behavior. When I've been criticized in the past, and I have been, I've been called a Zionist. I got called a Zionist shill, a genocide apologist for my video on the history of anti-Semitism, which, by the way, ends with me advocating for Palestine and Gaza and stopping the genocide. For that, for the ending part, because a lot of Jewish people or a lot of Zionists watched the video all the way up until the end and saw I was taking sides with the Palestinians. Obviously, we're like, I can't believe you would side with Islamic terrorists. So I've been called both a Zionist and an Islamic terrorist sympathizer. I've been called, like, name a thing under the sun. I've been called it. I've been called, oh, yo, the spiciest meatball comes from anytime one of the church people will call me like a reprobate or a demon or an emissary of Satan or any of that shit. I don't think I've ever been called a Nazi. I think that's too far out of my wheelhouse. But I've been called a lot. I've been called a commie. I've been called a black-pilled lefty. I've been called a tanky. But you know what? You get to a point, and this is something that I can only imagine Shoe has to know. You get to a point being a public figure, and that's not to say that like I'm some big public figure. Shoe obviously has more clout, more of an audience than I ever will. Very likely. But you get to a point in the public perception, in the public eye, where if you stand by your ideals, you have to accept that there are going to be people who approach you in bad faith no matter what. Even if they are ideologically on your side, even if they agree with you, some people will always just want to tear some shit down. Which is why you cannot count on their criticism to be emblematic of an entire group. You cannot take some people in your comment section being like, oh, you're a Nazi, and be like, all these people, they just hate me. They just call me a Nazi. Unless you are trying to somehow dissuade people from thinking you're a Nazi. Which I don't think you are here. Oh God, I would love to be bigger than Shoe. Carnell, thank you for $5. I'm celebrated dying. My whole family celebrated my grandma's dying. Sometimes they just did damage, and he's out-damaged my grandma via legislation. Yes, very true. Very true. Bad empanada moment. Yeah. Somebody was asking who called me a Zionist. Bad empanada. Bad empanada called me a first worlder Zionist, whatever. I don't know.
See, I have been making this list since 2023. Let's go. Let's just read this together real quick.
Mocking, criticizing pop feminism, believing adults. Okay, again, you're saying what you've been called a Nazi for, or a fascist, or a reactionary. This is your... I cannot trust you to bring up, like, not misrepresent what you've said. You just have a list of things that you are representing as entirely normal. I don't know what you actually fucking said, though. I straight up cannot trust this. And I also additionally cannot trust that you were actually called a fascist or reactionary or a Nazi or like whatever. I need actual like examples here, honey. But more important than that, girl, you've been doing this for 2 years. Why? Why? What would possess somebody to spend 2 years compiling an exhaustive list? But somebody who has, by the way, 2 million subscribers online. What would compel somebody to do that if they were not doing it to performatively bring it out at such a time like this? Which brings into question again the whole original intent of the exercise. Kind of seems like you were just waiting to pull this out at some point. Yeah, no, like being, she made a poor me list. Straight up. Bussy Control, I love your look. It's giving desire and it suits you perfectly. Oh, thank you.
Criticizing pop feminism. Believing adults can do whatever they want. Being pro-free speech. Being liberal. Talking to people I disagree with. Being friends with people I disagree with. Following people on Twitter I disagree with. Supporting Bernie Sanders. That one came from the right. Being registered independent. criticizing Joe Biden, criticizing the Democratic Party, not being attracted to feminine men, not hating men in general, criticizing Canada's MAID program, not taking the COVID vaccine, criticizing the FBI, criticizing the CIA, believing the CIA killed JFK, using an American flag backdrop for my video.
So are we starting to see the again, if this goes back 2 years, we're starting to see the underpinnings of where maybe she and the ShoeOnHead Infowars Venn diagram kind of start to overlap. Early Bird, thank you for... Ironically, Early Bird, thank you. First off, Early Bird, thank you very much for $20. It's an Infowars article. Ironically, you are behind in the video. Early Bird. So we have already discovered that, but you will discover that shortly.
Saying elites, saying working class, saying based, making a joke about Joe Biden eating ice cream, making a joke about Pete Buttigieg being born in a test tube, making jokes in general, being cis, being white, being a woman, being a cis white woman.
There is no okay. Again, what did you say that led to this? Because simply existing as a cis white woman, simply standing there doing nothing, being in the fucking Unity T-pose, does not get you called any of these names, Shoe. Like, I don't fucking buy it. Like, I need a crumb of context.
Telling someone to take a shower, not being anti-gun, not being fat, being monogamous, liking Huey Long, celebrating the 4th of July, supporting Assange, criticizing the movie Cuties, praising the movie Sound of Freedom, being against pedophilia.
Praising the movie Sound of Freedom is fucking crazy. Man, this right-wing turn has been going for a while. That did come out in 2023. So the right-wing turn, again, going for a while. By the way, for those who don't remember, Sound of Freedom, a absolutely fictitious account of now known sex trafficker Tim Ballard pretending to be a good guy, played by Jim Caviezel, also a QAnon insane person, that fictionalizes in the most disgusting way a fake tale of heroism as he rescues kids from sex traffickers in South America using extrajudicial justice, and also, as in real life, actually endangers the children more. Like, I have an entire video about how the Sound of Freedom is total bullshit, absolutely lies. Please go watch it. That's one of my older ones.
Being against the destigmatization of pedophilia, being against children watching porn, being critical of kink at Pride, being against children performing at drag shows.
Again, these are all reactionary points. Because I'm guaranteeing, if I went and looked these up, which I don't care enough to do right now, but I'm willing to bet, dollars to donuts, if I went and looked up what these are actually referencing, they're probably just parroting the same bullshit conservative talking points that you do hear from Infowars about how
they're trying to come after your kids, and they're showing all these kids pornography in classrooms and trying to get everybody to be transgender.
Because that's all the same shit that I'm hearing here. These things that aren't actually happening. These things that do not actually happen. Or if they do, they are in such a small minority and have such social pushback against them that they are not worth blowing up into issues that are then used to cudgel entire minority groups. Most of the time when shit like this happens, the in-groups itself will take care of it. Like, if I were to see a teacher, for example, the Infowars article we just saw, I do not care about Charlie Kirk. Straight up don't care. I also think it is absolutely repugnant if it is indeed true that a teacher showed a classroom of small children this person dying for any reason. It's not the Challenger explosion. It's not 9/11. Like, nobody needs to fucking see that shit. Sure, we can agree on that. We can meet in a middle ground. But then to then use that as a example of like, this is what all leftists are like, is bullshit, and you know it. You know how badly you are misrepresenting this and yourself.
Not being racist. I swear to God. Being a class reduction.
Again, show. Show, don't tell. Show. What the fuck? What were these? Mocking people for debating the ethics of necrophilia, owning a pet rabbit. Like, what? In what world do these things make sense, except the one that you've been keeping this arbitrary list to just make anybody who criticizes you look as ridiculous as possible? Because you haven't exactly been upfront about your sources and where you're getting stuff throughout this entire video, June.
Saying biological sex, mocking people for debating the ethics of necrophilia, my username, owning a pet rabbit, questioning the Bush administration's involvement in 9/11, growing up in a Catholic family, eating meat, wanting to get married, wanting to have children, being married, having children,
Nathan
being
Elder,
at
thank you for
January
following.
6th to interview people, saying it's okay if someone doesn't want to date a porn star.
Sorry, I'm texting my baby. That's fucking crazy, dude. Being at January 6th to interview people. Bro.
Not wanting to do OnlyFans, criticizing Kanye West, criticizing late-stage capitalism, criticizing the billionaire class, criticizing Israel, criticizing eating the bugs, criticizing a fashion company for...
Eating the bugs is actually another Nazi dog whistle. That is straight up Infowars shit. You will eat the bugs. That's all Alex Jones shit. That's all anti-George Soros, big globalist Illuminati shill tech shit. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Like,
being creepy, you'll remember that one. Supporting nuclear energy, parentheses, it's toxic masculinity. Supporting TikTok tradwives, supporting one-income households, supporting UBI, supporting farmers, supporting truckers.
Okay, so after
not
spending
celebrating
5 minutes
October 7th, supporting
doing that,
Palestine,
11:30
not liking
to...
brutalism, saying colorblind anti-racism
She then
was
spends
good,
another,
wanting to
like,
date someone
3
who has a good
minutes
relationship
just
with
doing
their
this
parents,
shit. All right,
not liking
and then is she
Indian
back
food,
to...
saying men and women are
All right, here, let's go to other fucking
and actually, it's pretty weird that you're not, and simultaneously asking people to have empathy for the Nazis.
Nazis have children and families, right? But Nazis also get shot in the neck.
They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you. Now, I'm going to talk about my personal feelings of the situation because I know a lot of you can relate.
Oh, at less than 10 minutes left in the video, you're going to get to your personal feelings? What the fuck has this been? Man.
I know a lot of you have been feeling the exact same way, so I will try and put it into words for you. I have friends who were friends with Charlie Kirk, but I didn't personally know him. We follow each other on Twitter. I've been to the TPUSA Amerifest in 2021. I actually went there planning to make a video making fun of it, but I had so much fun and met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day.
I can't fucking believe she would give it up like this, dude. I had such a good time at the Hitler Youth Conference, and I made so many buddies. I was going there to make fun of it, but I immediately changed my ideological stance just because some people were nice to me. How fucking thin are you? Like, how your ideology is about as deep as a puddle. She's not actually that different than Destiny, because just flip a coin on any stance on anything, I guarantee she will take the side that has usually offended her the least, or reactionarily will just oppositionally, defiantly take the side of something against somebody mad at her or something. Like, there's no actual fucking convictions here. There's no actual fucking beliefs outside of what makes her most comfortable. Unfucking believable, dude. Castrix Defiance, thank you for following.
So, that video never happened. I disagreed with him all the time. You can literally go to our Twitter interactions. I was always correcting him.
You're always correcting him by posting memes. Wow. This is heated, rigorous intellectual debate here. Just really, I could tell you absolutely were serious about your opposition to what he's saying. I disagreed with them. Great.
About, like, Bernie Sanders. I made an egg look like his face. It is safe to say I was no fan. But this has...
In what world? In what world is it safe to say you're not a fan of somebody where you go to their conference, don't make a video about it because you had such a great time and met so many great friends that you're still friends with? You're moots with them on Twitter, constantly reply to them with memes, and they follow you? Now, you don't need to be buddy-buddy having dinners and doing cookouts. But do not fucking bullshit me and be like, well, I rigorously oppose this. Fuck off. What?
Really shaken me in a way that I absolutely did not expect. These last few days after what happened, I kept going to every single, like, lefty, liberal, left-wing person I know and, like, checking out what they have been saying about this. And besides maybe, like, 4 or 5, every single one was being an unhinged psychopath about this, or saying some backhanded shit like...
So, I can't help but notice, because, chat, you know what? Shoe would probably be okay with this. As an Infowars fan, you're probably a fan of noticers. You're probably, I'm just asking questions, okay?
We're just asking questions here. We're just asking, I can't help but notice here.
That it doesn't look like you're providing any sources on what you were saying. It seems you can spend several minutes of your video sourcing random 100-follower fucking TikTok accounts, but not the people that you're claiming were just these bloodthirsty, awful, vindictive leftists, that every single leftist you went to was just, oh, fucking terrible. I'm just, hey, I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm just asking questions. I'm just noticing. We love to notice here.
Like, this is why we need gun control, which, first of all, we were just watching a whole bunch of people celebrate killing someone over political differences. You are never taking our guns now. That is not happening.
You are never taking our guns now. So, conservatives. That's just a tacit admission of being a conservative, being ideologically right-wing. She's saying you're never taking our guns. June, the reason people are saying that is because Charlie Kirk was on record saying mass shootings are like an okay price to pay. It's just an acceptable loss that we have to deal with, like Sandy Hook and multiple school shootings a year so that everybody has gun rights. And you're just like accepting that, even though it's literally what killed him. Sure, yeah, okay. But no, yeah, we need to... like, that's an absolute fucking, like, Freudian slip, too. Because isn't the line supposed to be that, well, no, the guns are to protect us from tyranny. But here it's, oh, no, the ravenous leftists want it, so we got to kill them first. Is kind of what I feel she's getting at.
I felt like I was in the middle of the ocean. I was trying to like grasp onto a flotation device, checking all of these accounts for their take, like be normal, be normal.
Show me
nothing.
one. Show me
Nobody.
one.
I'm
Show
just
me one.
drowning in a
Call
sea
people
of
out.
evil, apparently.
Show me one.
Maybe I was just blind up until now. Maybe they changed. Maybe I changed. Is everyone going crazy or am I going crazy? I don't know. All I know is it is clear how they reacted to this is how they would react to me, my family, my friends, you.
In what fucking world? In what? Okay. In what fucking world? Yeah, no, making the murder of another dude all about you. In what world do you think ShoeOnHead, the YouTuber, has the clout or political capital or relevance of the leader of a multi-million-dollar organization like Turning Point US fucking A? You're not that special. I'm sorry, you're not. I say that as a YouTuber. Like, it's not that big of, like, it's not that deep, dog. How can I make this about me?
Your family, your friends, that have ever stepped out of line from the nebulous, ever-changing definition of progressive. These are people I thought were level-headed. They were left-wing, but, you know, like, they were one of the good ones. Like, you can joke with them, you know, they weren't those, like, woke SJWs. Like, they were cool, we can disagree and still be friends. You know. Your friend.
Oh, please, please, please bring on the fake tears. Oh, that'll just be the little sprinkling of sugar on top. Yeah, I feel like as a queer trans leftist, the idea of, oh, we can disagree but we can still be friends kind of ended when the right made it their personal ideological mission to try and phase people like me out of society entirely. When you have major talking heads, people who Charlie Kirk was friends with, close with, amplified, agreed with, people like Matt Walsh and Haya Reichik saying that trans people basically need to be hunted down, that we all need to be institutionalized. We have people like Nancy Mace rallying around Charlie Kirk's banner, and she's saying that all trans people need to be locked up with a steel bit. Sorry, Shoe. I understand that you, as a upper middle class white woman, don't actually understand what that's like to be threatened in America, to have your entire existence defined like that. But it kind of lowers your potential friend pool. It kind of lowers the amount of people that you're willing to be like, he's just joshing. I can overlook that.
Friend wouldn't celebrate you being murdered, of course.
You're just making up a reason to cry.
An exact clone of you that wasn't you, that
Charlie Kirk, you are not a clone of Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you talking about? What? I'm speechless. I'm stunned. Give me the crying. Just get it over with. Come on.
had all the same opinions, or some of the opinions.
Yeah, walk that back.
They would
walk that back.
Clone being murdered. They're not your friend. I'm friends with people who are friends with Charlie, and I see how they are completely broken about this. Seeing them like this, and then at the same time my other friends posting shit like, "Rip bozo." It's just sick. It's just sick shit. Personally, I would...
Okay, again. The reaction to George Floyd. The reaction to Next Benedict. The reaction to, the trans kid who killed themselves recently. Or any of the trans people who've been killed. Brianna Jai? Do we want to talk about that? Because all of those people are still leveraged by people you fucking follow and apparently get your news from. Those memes are still in their fucking comment sections. Do you think their families and their friends are super chill about it? About this ideological mission that people like Charlie Kirk, who friends of friends are really broken up about, supported, encouraged, allowed to gestate to the form it's at now. See, this is what happens when somebody makes it all about them, June. You see what I've done here? You are making Charlie's death all about you, and now I am making your white woman tears all about me. Me. Because you, at a core level, do not understand why people think the way they do, why they have been drawn into this callousness. Because here's the thing, at a core level, I agree that it's the reaction to Charlie Kirk's death. I talked about this in the video I did. It's fucked up. Seeing so many people openly praising one of the most horrendous videos I've ever fucking seen. I've seen some live leak shit. It's right there with Bud Dwyer. It's fucking heinous. Heinous to see. And honestly, I can't imagine people who are actually friends with him. That would fuck me up too. Remove for a second the artifice of, yes, Kirk being a political commentator and all that shit. The edifice of Kirk being a political commentator. Somebody you know, if you saw somebody you know, you don't like him that much, die like that, your coworker, the one, you know the one that isn't like is usually a late when you really actually want to go and forgets to put the liners in the trash. The one you're like, he's fine. If you saw him die like that, you'd be fucked up. I don't begrudge anybody for being fucked up about it. But at the same time, you do not understand why people react like that to begin with. Why people felt vindicated or validated by seeing somebody who has only served to make marginalized people's lives worse through rampant propaganda. Get what so many felt was comeuppance, that, especially right now, as they are bearing down and cracking down on free speech, doesn't seem like we're going to see a lot of. It doesn't seem like these motherfuckers get anything resembling consequences for actions that affect so many others in often violent ways. We've seen, do not put words in my fucking mouth. We've seen a live stream genocide and how many black people be murdered by cops, but the white boy is what traumatized you. I did not say traumatized. I said it was one of the worst things I've seen. That includes seeing, I've talked multiple times about seeing Palestinian children picking up pieces of their fucking parents. Don't put words into my mouth, okay? Taco Face Fart, thank you for $5. All I want is for people to have health care. Life would be easier. Oh, life could be so much easier. Yeah, it's also normal to see any human die and be upset by it.
Rather live in a world full of Charlie Kirks who would sit down and debate than a...
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. If there was a world full of Charlie Kirks, you wouldn't have a YouTube channel. You wouldn't be able to have a fucking job. Because you're a woman.
A world full of people who agree with me, but would murder people who don't. Because if it's now normalized to just murder people who disagree with you politically, we don't have a society. Like, that's it.
No, what? It's not normalized, you fucking moron. Okay, where was this outrage over the Democratic legislators that were killed 2 months ago by a fucking insane MAGA Republican conspiracy theorist? Probably, you know what? Probably got some stuff from Infowars, just like you. Much to think about.
It's over. But some of these people in particular, like, why the fuck are you celebrating? You! They think you're a Nazi too. They'll make a nice compilation of all the hot takes you've had over the years and spread it around to justify your murder. You don't get it, do you? We are all Charlie Kirk. I have been doing this for 11 years. I have been harassed, doxxed, threatened, whatever,
God,
you name it, for 11
dude.
years by the left. And it hasn't moved me an inch because that's not how politics works. That's lunch table politics. I've talked about this before. People on your side being mean to you doesn't mean you overnight change your opinions on, like, healthcare.
Apparently it does, because you have kept a dossier of, not specifically, but every time somebody said something mean to you, and you keep that real close to your heart, apparently. My God, dude. We are all Charlie Kirk. That's fucking crazy. We are all Jimmy Kimmel now.
It doesn't work that way. I still have all my economic left opinions. I'm for strong social safety nets, workers' rights, unions, wealth caps, whatever. That has not changed. This is not me leaving the left because, frankly,
So, Shoe, if I'm cutting you off, but I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna finish. But if I'm hearing you correctly, you still believe in some social policies. You believe in, medical and economic social policies and safety nets that will help people and spur economic growth. But it sounds like you also believe in, and I hope she corrects me. I really do. Sounds like she also believes in what would you call it? Nationalist policies? Things that are more geared towards traditional notions of the family and conservative values, upholding tradition, male role models. If you heard my dog barking, that's because that was a dog whistle. Yeah. God, what? It's kind of a. You might call yourself something of a, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of sounds like you identify with almost a specific kind of socialism, like a nationalisticism, a national. What would be a good way to put it? A national socialist? A national socialist. That kind of sounds what you're going for.
I don't even know how to do that. This is me and many, many people looking around us at our so-called allies and realizing that even though we might share some, political opinions, we fundamentally do not have the same values or morals. And are we really allies if we agree on, taxes, but don't agree on the sanctity of human life? I don't know. The way we view death now is...
Conservatives don't believe in the sanctity of human life. You cannot defend Charlie Kirk and the ideological mission of modern conservatism. Look at the extrajudicial murder of just random boats coming out of Venezuela. No proof that there's drugs on them. Look at the life-ruining shit ICE is doing, shipping people down to concentration camps in El Salvador. Look at everything being done to quell and suppress and crush people right now in America. And that's outside of all the capitalist shit. You cannot sit there and say that you believe in the sanctity of life when you support the ideological missions of people like Charlie Kirk. You fucking can't. You don't. You can't sit there and say, people, there's no sanctity of life. By the way, you're never taking our fucking guns over dead kids, fucking whatever. Come on, dude.
Just crazy. And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the desensitization, in part thanks to the internet. You used to have to go out of your way to see gore and stuff like that, and now you're just scrolling through Twitter and you see someone set on fire, someone gets stabbed on a train. And when someone like Charlie dies, it's not even real to people anymore. It's like a movie or show. Oh, that character died? Good, I hated that character. No,
Again,
that was a real human being with a family.
But again, Not a single mention. She's now dog whistled the Ukrainian girl who was stabbed on the train, which another modern hyperfixation of the Nazis. Curious, weird that you would bring that up, but not like the trans kid committing suicide a couple months back. Not like the lawmakers, Democrats that were murdered. It just, I cannot help but notice. I can't help but notice. I'm a noticer. Chat, I'm a noticer.
Family and kids, actually. Like, that was someone's son. The internet has turned real people into nothing but cartoon characters that disappear when you close an app. I remember for years people would be
Do not fucking get all video
you'll change your
essayist in the
mind
last
on
3
XYZ,
minutes.
And I was like, no, that's not gonna happen, no. And they were right. Almost overnight, you stop being so selfish, nihilistic. You stop having utopian fantasies of wanting to live in a post-capitalist society. And all you want is for the world to be safe. For the world to be safe and normal. And all that matters is your family and your community. And then your country, and then the world. You know?
Dog, I can't fucking believe it. She did the nationalist shit. She's actually doing the nationalist stuff. Nightlight plus Jesus, thank you for tier 1 to Maddie United, and thank you for 25 months. Hey, hello. She's like, all I want, it's like, you just want to, you might say you want to secure a future for yourself and your children in a country that's, where have I heard that before? That's nationalist. It's probably nothing. Shoo, can't imagine why anybody would call you a Nazi. Cannot fucking imagine. Cannot imagine. Anyway, let's listen to you talk more about how you want socialism, but only some parts of it, but also nationalism, but only some parts of it. So you might like Oreo sandwich the two together. Jesus Christ, dude.
But we can't save the world. We can't. But you can save the people around you. You can't say to these people who are celebrating this and justifying this, you can't say, what if that was your dad or your brother getting killed for their opinions, because they've already cut those people off. They've already cut those people off out of their lives. And posting videos and pictures of Charlie's wife and young kids will not move these people at all. Because they hate their lives. They hate their families. They are at a...
This is literally just verbatim the shit that Alex... She must be a real, actual viewer. Like, she must be a real fucking viewer, because this is the exact same demonic shit. Like, this like, dehumanizing of, like, they hate everything, and they just hate their lives, and these people are so miserable, and they drag everybody else down in the muck with them, and they want to kill you and kill your kids. That's the same shit that she's saying. You know what, Alex? Fucking what's his face just left. Owen Schroyer just left. Alex, I got your new spokesperson. Right here.
Bug people. They are the unfortunate product of modern society.
Bug people, straight up.
I do. I pity them, and I wish I could help them.
Straight up. Bug people. Another straight up actual Nazi dog whistle, dude. Like, you know where I've heard people be called bug people? Only on, like, forums where people also talk about killing troons. Me. People also talking about doxing. Call each other the hard N-word. That's where I've only ever seen people referred to as bug people, June. That's fucking crazy. But
I have bugman fatigue. And for the people who will come at me in a blind rage with a list of all of Charlie Kirk's, like, biggest hits to convince me that I should hate him and should not mourn him, if you thought what Charlie Kirk said is wrong, you could have debated him. He was one of the few people left willing to do that.
Again, completely disingenuous bullshit framing that she's buying into from the right. It's been proven and shown plenty times now how Charlie Kirk just really liked to, and it was more his editing team, really liked to selectively edit around when people would actually own him to make him look good, which shouldn't, like, that feels like common fucking sense. Like, if you think these liberal getting owned compilations where these 10-minute conversations are truncated down to 30-second clips of him being like, well, actually, no, you don't know that because you're a dumbass lib. It's like, come on, use your fucking brain. Think for a second here. Joe Nell, thank you very much for subscribing.
And now he's gone. Charlie was a fan of free speech, but I'm worried whoever comes after Charlie won't be. Like, even from a political standpoint, not even a personal human standpoint, why are you celebrating, like, the most popular college Gen Z political pundit dying? Like, why are you celebrating him becoming a martyr? Say goodbye to that young male vote. All the liberal Joe Rogans in the world are not fixing this. I just hope for the sake of this country that political violence does not become normalized, does not become a thing.
It already
don't
is.
want to see that happen. I don't want to see retaliation. I don't want to see us fall into a civil war. I don't know. This has all been extremely blackpilling. I think I'm gonna.
No, it hasn't. No, it fucking hasn't. You were popping black pills on doctor's orders for years before this. Don't fucking act like this is the first time you've been citing Infowars, dude. That's fucking crazy. This is profoundly blackpilling.
Take a break from politics. I don't know. I'm a YouTuber. Like, I'm not a political pundit, right? I'm not. My goal here, my purpose here is to entertain, is to make people laugh. That is.
You've failed spectacularly, and more so than anything, because outside of revealing your clear ideological bias that you approach this entire everything from, this really shows how little you seem to know or understand. And at this point, I can't even tell if it's just willfully leaving out important facts and data, but how little you understand about the current landscape, the current makeup of politics in America. You really don't seem to understand anything about how this movement will be used, about how political violence is already normalized. It's already here. Joking about it is already here and has been for a while. But those were memes about people you didn't know, Shoe. Those were probably memes that you just saw passed around, ha ha hee hee. Look at this George Floyd one. Look at this one with the trans suicide. I know in your circles you had to have seen them. All the other shit you're saying, I know you had to have. But they didn't affect you because you felt insulated and protected from them. And now, here's what we're really getting at. The core of why so many people in the conservative movement have been shaken to their core by Charlie Kirk. Or more importantly, the reaction to his death. Is because they got a whiff, they got a little taste of the disdain that marginalized groups go through daily. That trans people, people of color, queer people, immigrants have to go through because of the targeting of people like Charlie Kirk. They felt for a second the fear, the hollowing dread that a trans person feels when they see another joke being made about a suicide, wondering if it might be them. That a black person, I can only assume, must feel when they see another joke about a body cam shooting or Trayvon Martin, wondering, what would happen if that was me? They felt it one time, and it's enough to fucking blackpill them? No. You are already in this corner. You've put yourself here. And you're just now realizing how far you've backed yourself into it. Pasco Gert, thank you for following. Chose, thank you for following. $4.99. George Arrett, thank you for $4.99. Thank you, George Arrett. Imagine if Sam Piker were unalived instead of Kirk, he wouldn't get anywhere near the infantilization. Oh God, no. No. Jason, thank you for $20 for doggo treats. My pupper is and Chose, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I think my pupper went into her room. I need to go take her out. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, she's not a political pundit. She just this is a crazy fucking video. I kind of want to see. So it already has 1.25 million views. What was the last video she did? Because I don't think she does a lot. 2 years ago with 2 billion views. God damn, dude. 1 month ago, 1.3 million views. Oh, it's culture war shit. The male loser epidemic. The average male fantasy. The dark truth behind USAID. Downfall of the Democrats. Truth about the 2024 election. Blame the voters. Wow. The cougar epidemic. It must be a... you know, I'm not going to lie. It must be a fucking charmed life. Being able to live well on producing videos... Producing a half hour of video where you just sit in front of a camera and do nothing else, rambling about topics you know very little about, like less than once a month. Oh. Y'all got it made. Got it made. I, on the other hand, not so lucky. I have to go down and like, I go down to LA and get tear gassed and shot at for a video to get, what is that one at? That's like 60K views. Yeah, I have no guarantees that I'll be able to fucking, you know, make my ducats back. But that's okay. That's okay. Go full grifter. Oh, it'd be so easy. It'd be so easy. I have a story I need to actually reach out to somebody about, because I had a kind of undercover thing recently ruined for me. I was working on another undercover project and had to scrap it right before I got to like actually roll the ball. So it's fun. It's actually not a shirt, Mackenzie. It's a dress. It goes all the way down. I love it. Yeah, and like, not to criticize, I have a bunch of toys and shit behind me, so not to criticize other people's production, but like, girl, you fucking playing with that zoom-ass background? Huh? Anyway, where did I get it? Thrifted. Odds are, 90% of the time if you ask, where did I get something? Thrifted it. Alrighty, chat. Thank you all so much. Let's go say hi to... A lot of people playing today, but we're going to go say hi. We have not talked in a minute to Riverboat Jack. Everybody go like, say hi, go raid, go say fun stuff, go drop goats in the chat. You're all goats to me. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Stay tuned to the channel. I have a bunch of videos planned coming soon. And I hope you don't miss out. And yeah, if you haven't checked it out yet, go check out my video on Jesse Waters. Go check out the LA protest video, and go check out my video on nostalgia. And give me like, comments, all that stuff to help with the algorithm. And have a